Good morning, guys. How are we all doing? Sorry I'm running a little late. I had to get some data. One of our data sources has been down most of the week. I'm trying to find if we can do it ourselves. Good morning, everyone. Hey, what's up? This is your normal time. No, I'm like a couple minutes late, right? JFresh is so bare right now. Reasonably so. I'm not unbearish. Thank you, Dan Almighty. Abe dead? Yeah, I heard. Wait, is he dead? I thought he just got shot, but he was okay. Did I tell these people who are being poopy heads to chill and stop being poors? Stop being unchill and poor. I sent you the graph since JFresh couldn't handle it. Beautiful. Thank you. Are you selling your calls this morning? We'll see. Probably. Can we revert the sussin and bussin language to ye olden day language instead? What is your suggestion? Gap scanner for small cap day trading? He died. Oh, he did die. Oh, okay. The last I read, he hadn't passed away yet. Oh, did I fucking not pin the daily DD? Son of a bitch. Uh, there we go. I think the GME article was planned for them dumping the price in after hours last night. That's very possible, right? I don't know, Trevo. That's on the jobs report. I haven't even looked at it yet. What time did it come out this morning? It's non-farm payrolls. Are you talking about the unemployment rate? Unemployment rate's the same. The actual was 3.6. There was an expectation of a drop, but it remained at 3.6. Is there a concern that not enough obligations are being built up to cause big ups? I know JFresh wants more puts. Yeah, he does. Always. But we always want more puts. That doesn't mean we're gonna get them. The economy is in stagflation. Yeah, a little bit. Do you have the Dix and MM hedging versus actual buys for BBBY? No. Um, the data source for that is down currently. We're gonna have to try to figure out if we can do it ourselves. What you buying there, Sunshine? Zero DTE puts. OPEX calls spot next week and not today because you said heavy shorting possible. Yeah. Also, you can just average down if you're in a bit of a sticky wicket. Dropping below 120 on the table, we'll see. Non-farms was the big deal. Added 100K beyond consensus. Oh, okay. Did you get over your call purchases yesterday? No. I'm just gonna hold them. They're contracts I wanted to buy anyway, so I can just average them down. And it gives me some exposure if anything crazy happens tonight. That's on fast. Don't really have any, I don't think. What they do? Individual construction supplies. Uh, I don't know if suppliers are something I'd want to invest in right now. It looks like they're kind of topping out. I would say that this is probably going to move down into back into the high 40s, especially with a market downturn because it looks like it only ran up with the market. Maybe. I mean, I don't really know that much about the company, but I'm not. I'm gonna say I definitely don't like that idea very much. Crazy ups or downs? What do you think? Labor force participation rate is still pretty low. Still less total jobs than before the pandemic. Thoughts on RC getting rid of overpaid executives? I covered my thoughts on the daily DD. Lots of zero DTE calls that could still be sold off over the course of today, right? Yep. If they're not being sold off right now. Lots of 130s, right? That got carried over. Yeah. Just so I'm clear, June OPEX to the tune of 200K puts between XRT and Jamie are still due. The 210K puts on GME, we don't know if those are mark long or not. The XRT puts is like 130,000. On top of this, we have July OPEX due. Although puts don't seem that high, and we have potential FOMO from the split. Yeah, I agree. I'm not super concerned about OPEX. I'm more concerned about today, tonight, and after hours, and next week right now. One second, man. I know I missed your Ko-Fi there. Sorry. I just want to say I appreciate your sheer consistency with streaming the market every day for this long. Keep doing what you do. Thanks, Cyrax. I appreciate it, man. Are you busting? Well, huge isn't necessarily a good thing, right? A lot of the huge suppliers over ordered when commodity prices were high because they were afraid of, like a commodity squeeze. And now they're fucking underwater holding massive inventories that they could barely afford to buy in the first place. And now they've got to sell that shit off at a discount in order to reduce inventory size. It's just not good, right? Like smaller, lighter on their feet suppliers are probably going to do better over the next like 6 to 8 months. Today's the first DD paragraph was freaking hot. What are the sus and bus levels for Jimmy today? Jimmy feeling a little sus, right? Wouldn't any large drops in price next week cause a spike in IV leading to increased options prices? Mm, I don't know. How much do they need to drop us? $25 over 6 trading days? They could pull it off, especially with increased liquidity from XRT without bumping IV too much. At the end, they don't really care if they bump IV, like the last few days. But going into those last few days, they want to get IV as low as possible. IV didn't even move up that much yesterday, honestly. You're playing XRT's thresholding. I'm bag holding some dead calls. So yeah, still tons of offshore goods waiting offshore and in transit containers too. Yeah, I agree. I don't understand this young person lingo. Get out of here, Carl. You're not even old. Jimmy is sussin', but you already know I'm always bussin'. Fair. I guess I'll be holding my 170 calls. Gen Z might have the greatest slang ever created. I'm all about drip. That's my new favorite one. Oh, I'm is it up? Oh, it is. There we go. I'm still waiting on the rest of the There we go. I'm still waiting on the rest of the data for today. What is BBBY beta? I have no idea. It it doesn't matter, right? To be honest. Like beta's a reverse looking statistic anyway. My portfolio was attempting to sing along with the full bull song yesterday, but as soon as it got to the part about I could be green, it said fake news and turned off the stream. When do you expect to see big ups due to recall, short covering related to the stock dividend? Big ups due to recall and short covering related. I don't know if they're going to recall anything. That's awfully ambitious of you. But if they do recall, and shorts actually cover, which is very unlikely, but if they do, as early as next Thursday, maybe Wednesday. Who is Sussin and why is he? Thank you, fiscal stupidity. You phony gift membership cornichons think you're so special. Are my $7.15 $12 week calls gonna print? No, absolutely fucking not. If there's a Q at the end of the ticker, is that a company who's filed for bankruptcy? No? What about the QQQ and SQQQ and TQQQ? Those all have Qs. They have 3 Qs. They haven't filed for bankruptcy. One's related to puts and ETF creation. Those have to be covered or washed through ETFs, right? Yeah. That's not really short covering. That's like ETF rebalancing, essentially, right? You said you expected big ups into the split, didn't you? We can expect that, yes. Crime, yeah. Do you think we'll apply more time to cover obligations next week? Didn't that happen before with an OPEX? They will just apply for there is no case to apply for more time. There's no holiday on the settlement. I feel like SPY is the inverse of BBBY. I keep buying puts, thinking it can't possibly go any higher. And yet, well, I mean, today it's not, right? Today it's already starting to move down a little. Nice recovery, though, into market open. Futures were looking mediocre last night. You're a great guy with great skills. You're doing great. Thanks. Sorry I'm late on this question, but can you riff on how split dividend alters your option strategy for OPEX at all? Also, you said there will be a period of time where options may be difficult to sell. Explain. No, I said there's a period of time where options are going to be difficult due to their liquidity, right? It's not that they're going to be hard to sell. There's always a buyer, right? There's still going to be a market maker. But the liquidity and so post split, they're going to split the chains, right? You're going to end up with 2 options chain, one pre dividend chain, one post. This chain will lose liquidity rapidly as people move into this cheaper, more liquid chain. It's not going to change any of my option strategy or anything like that. It's just something to note. Everyone's been freaking out about it. I don't know why. I think people don't understand like illiquidity in an options chain. It means you may not be able to sell it like the mid. There may be some slippage. You might have to sell at the bid in order to get a fill. But if you have in the money contracts on the pre-dividend chain, you're still gonna be able to sell them. They'll still be buyers. But you will eventually want to move to this chain. If you have leaps, you'll probably want to roll them into the post-dividend chain, because those weird contracts for 400 shares are not going to be very desirable. And that's still at the discretion of the OCC. The OCC, because it's a split greater than 10%, can actually go either way. The OCC can just simply split options that exist and retain one chain, or they can create two. And we won't know until they decide, right? It's like opening the August chain. They just do it whenever the fuck they want. You expect big ups, but massive shorting. Way to speak out of both ends so you can tell your viewers, I told you so. You're such a fraud. Thanks, Koala Hugger, for $3 more. I said I expect big downs next week and then big ups after that. Your ability to understand literally anything is shockingly terrible. Thank you so much, Bithead, for gifting another 50 memberships. You're the best, dude. He doesn't deserve an explanation. No, but everyone else is confused does. So you're not planning to sell the August calls? No, I'll just average them down. Welcome, all the newest Cornishons. Give your gracious thanks to Bithead. Herder, I like toilet seats and doorknobs. I don't know how much he's given me. At least another put on GameStop, right? Thanks for answering my question. How do I get me one of them gifted memberships? Is that a thing? You have to turn gifting on in the chat. So what you're saying is first big down, then big up. Wow, your price targets are really extreme there, Oscar. I would say they're going to push us down, which I mean they're already doing, right? I said this yesterday, and then all the super stock people were like, "Oh, you're wrong," and then it fucking crashed overnight. You said to expect big ups, but also to expect massive shorting. Thanks, Mirror Universe Koala Hugger. Way to prepare us well for everything that could be coming, so you can legit say, "I told you so." If we didn't listen, you're the good. I love how there's like alternative personalities for Koala Hugger just to diminish his credibility, which is zero. I mean, his answer to COVID was essentially exposing himself to it as much as possible. Koala Hugger is the best forward indicator. When he comes in strong, I know we're right on track. Thank you, Dominic Joseph. I mean, the Fed wants unemployment to go up, right? Ideally, to curb demand. A more employed economy is going to continue to put pressure on the supply chain. Hate Watchers funding your GME puts is just a fantastic scenario. I know it is, Wilford. Because maybe you should write some fanfic about it. Because we had no June OPEX. Is there no OPEX run in July? Is the cycle theory dead? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. I'm trying to read the rest of this. Do you think we'll be able to differentiate between split FOMO and OPEX covering? Not necessarily. Can you speak a bit about how the two events play out? Well, I have no idea how fucking split covering plays out on GameStop, right? It's never split before. Well, at least not since I've owned it. So I mean, that's why you can't tell if there's a recall, because we would have greater or unusually large amounts of volume. As far as the cycles being dead, I mean, the cycles aren't dead until they stop creating obligations, right? No matter how many ways they try to can kick them, they still have to be covered in the end. That's the beauty of it, is even if they don't cover once, they still have to. Hey Greg, how dare you not explain this all away as crime? Stupid stonk for life. You shelly shill with your YouTube monies. I'm not jealous. Thank you so much, Koala Butt Liquor. Don't let the haters get you down. You'll always be our throat goat. I'm not the throat goat. That's Dan Rod. You can't take his title away. I'm single-handedly sending you over 20K subscriptions. Buy coffee. You're gonna need it. You know that you're gonna go on the threshold list again, Bithead. But thank you so much, dude. More messages on Ko-Fi. Wait, no, I think I got them all. Thank you, Builder Bob. Look at me. I can be Koala Hugger too. You win, Bithead. I don't even know who's who anymore. Yeah, high jobs is more inflation. I know. Rolled 115 CSPs to next week. Chances good on getting assigned. Should I roll them up to 120? You could. I mean, I don't know. 120 is going to be a strong resistance, but they're pushing us down pretty fucking hard today, right? Koala Hugger hate watching the stream. Same like our vague promises that you're in line for sponsorship. Thank you so much, Trader Joe's corporate sponsorship team. To be fair, he was bussing on COVID when others were sus. Fuck you, Jay Fresh. Jesus Christ. The title of the stream made me cringe. Congrats. You're welcome. I love how you didn't do an after hours video on the split. You're a pure shell and a distraction. You've lost people money and helped line the pockets of the enemy. Thanks, Bob Keen. I appreciate it. I did do an after hours video on the split, by the way. Fucking moron. Weakest potato. What did you say? Did you get censored? No, it's just the eyeball thing. I don't know what that means. Grosses me out. Dano, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. We're expecting downs next week. Would this outcome only occur if there's no share recall in anticipation of the split? I assume a recall is unlikely, e.g. Tesla ran into its split, no? Tesla did run into its split, but Tesla ran all the way out of the COVID crash into its split, right? Most of when the shorts got out of Tesla or started closing positions occurred before the split ever did. There was one last huge run up into the split, but Yeah, a lot of shorts were already bailing at the bottom, right? Like at the bottom of the crash, shorts were getting out of everything. Girk's bad. All the vaccine bearers will bow before my naturally built up immunity. Um, the reason we expect downs next week is because XRT will have likely more liquidity after it begins the threshold process. Currently, XRT's, shares outstanding, not very impressive. Why did RC move the split date when it was announced in March? They didn't announce the split in March. I'm just trying to distract him, Apex. Do puts cost same like shares if you use money to buy them? SLD next Wednesday or the 20th? Next Wednesday. With the chain split, is the idea to play closer to in the money regardless of theta and further out of the money, 250s for example. With the chain split, is the idea to play closer in the money regardless of theta and further out of the money? I mean, I'm not entirely sure what you're asking, Space Banana. What do you mean is the idea to? I mean, I'm gonna buy near the money and out of the money calls. Thank you again, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. Is Bithead a quant? No. Thanks, Koala Hugger. You're good value, mate. Genting pointing out I'm now Bithead pretender to VWAP Pontiff. Bless you. Koala Hugger's mom. I'm running a special today. Quick visit, $5. Half hour 10. Bus as many times as you want and bring your friends for $12.50. Wow, I mean, just for 25% more? That's a steep discount on your top tier there. I just wanted you to say throat goat. Oh, okay. Unlock the gifting of pigeon whale memberships. I don't think that's a fucking option. Gigi, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Guys, if Gigi gifted you a sub, please give him a shout out. Thank you so much, man. Tired Dan, I'm back from my long hiatus. Last I remember you said a squeeze happens before the actual split date due to recalls. Is that still true? If a squeeze were to happen, yeah, it would generally happen before the effective date. These ouchie down downs brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Silky smooth cerebral Dan. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Hit me up on the Discord, guys, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. For the billionaires, I don't want 50 DMs from Cornishons. Could you clip the Tesla split analysis as it could be relevant to GME? Was it yesterday? Can you put it in the clips channel, HA? And I could probably try to do something with it. Or you just like put the timestamps in the clips channel on the Discord? Did you just send a Ko-Fi to tell him to check Ko-Fi? I think he did. Void Pixel, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Give me 1 second here. Gotta switch the song up.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs.
Is the 18th relevant for receiving the split, or is it only the 21st that counts? It's really the 21st that counts, but the 18th is relevant for receiving it early. If you want to receive your shares on the effective date, you're gonna want to own them by the 18th. Please check the Ko-Fi's chat. You didn't check the Ko-Fi. Thank you so much, a user. I'll refresh the page right now. What's your plan for the average down? Wait until next week. DCA the whole dip? Yeah, probably. What the fuck is happening here? Seriously? Get the fuck back down. Getting way too excited. Man, that volume came in quick. Also, fuel prices increase the cost of everything. All those food production facilities burning down does not help either. Yeah, crush unemployment and raise rates. That will help. JFresh, Cock Magic, and myself have been diamond handing these puts and doubling down. Where's our bear song? You could have just bought puts this morning. Why are you diamond handing them? After hour stream on the split is exactly what a shill would do. True. John Tillman, thank you so much for becoming a Tillionaire. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC.
Let's start lying to everyone and say you can't receive a gifted sub unless you like the stream. Fiscal stupidity. Be bussin' when others are sussin'. Pores. Bear party on the spy. Thank you so much for the gifts, dude. Guys, shout out to Fiscal Stupidity for hooking you up with Cornichon. 125p, 0 DTE was a good play. Thanks for everything. You got it, dude. MSM talks about GME and how it's down yesterday on CFO news. Guess maybe some missed out yesterday with the split news. Maybe jumping back in. What, this? Oh, this is just the SPY turning around. How are they changing the float of XRT? It's a ETF. ETFs don't have like a static float. I made a few hundred on GME puts this morning and immediately spent it all up far out of the money August calls. Jesus Christ. What's your opinion on Cat right now? Are you still holding calls? I probably got stopped out of them. Yeah, I probably got stopped out this morning. I'll have to check the time they closed, but I'll just buy back in probably after like SLD. Thoughts on SPY today? Chopping or going down? I mean it's not doing great so far. We'll see. I did find a support level here back at like 386, so I don't care if you think that, bipolar bear. What's your opinion on Cat right now? You're still holding calls. XRT thresholds bring liquidity. Is that a proven theory? I mean, it did in January. So the thresholding of XRT improved its liquidity. Proven multiple times? No, because it hasn't been thresholded that often, right? And it was getting like the last time it was on the threshold list before that was in January of 21, and it was getting hammered so hard and there's so much noise it's almost impossible to tell if it generated any liquidity or not. So there's one point of confirmation. This could bring a second. I set a trailing stop loss today. It was much more effective than the stop limit. What do you usually set your trailing amounts for on GME? I used $1. Is that tight? No. For a stop loss, that's kind of really loose. Because you're going to a market order. For a stop limit, usually around like 50 cents. Sometimes $1 if it's like crazy volatile, but that doesn't happen very often. Is the SPY breaking up? Ooh, it is. Ooh, Jimmy, very sensitive to upside moves. Oops. Curious. volatility picking up here? Hold on one second. Uh, just look at all bearish right now. Bithead got everyone beat. Pickles picks dead? No. First of all, Baba's fucking killing it. Caterpillar's not a short-term play. EPAM's up like $30. Did I have Costco on there? I think I did. Yeah. Costco's up. Is there were there any that didn't print? Visa printed. Even Cat printed. If you held through yesterday when it was up, then wait. This is either gonna break up. Yeah, this is. Best Buy didn't print, and I'm still surprised. It did. Sort of. I mean, you had to exercise it. But it went down to like 64. King Banana. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Anybody else in Canada not able to trade? What? Sell your puts. I closed them. Oh shit. Oh, that's fucked. Motherfucker. I forgot I had more on this one. Son of a bitch. Ah, fuck it. I'll just hold them. What's the spy doing? One of us. Well, my IBKR one stopped out automatically. I gotta remember to fucking watch both of my positions. That's super shitty. Oh well. Hmm. That's all good. Yeah, but there's zero DTEs. It could take hours. And if they go out of the money, the fucking theta is gonna destroy them. I heard about Shinzo Abe. There we go. Like an overly bullish spy. T plus Eileen back swallow. Back and swallow. Thoughts on Blue Apron? Yeah. Have you eaten their food? Let's see who wins here. Fuck. RC moved to Florida. He lives in Florida. I don't know if he moved there recently. He's lived there for quite some time, I think. Hold on. How the fuck does that work? Uh, is it possible I'm the only one here who knows that you detest the word sus? Maybe. RC straight up moved Florida like the AGM date. What? Moved Florida out of Canada. Is wheat back on the menu? It was having a good morning. Yeah, looks like it's moving back up. I mean, for me, it was never off the menu. Assuming it's fresh and tastes great from your favorite place, what flavor would you get? This instance specifically. Uh, Fuck, I hate milkshakes. I'd still like to know why the CFO got fired. With cause. Does Cat look okay to get back into the 180s? Yeah? Is it better to do TA off the SPY or the SPX? Depends which one you're trading. If Jamie is shorted next week, could BBBY be 2 below $5 again? Yeah, it's possible. What if the hedgies got to Recupero and he pushed forward the split without approval? That's the best one I've heard so far. No, he was fired with cause. I know the split requires board approval. Jesua Innocente? He snuck into the GB control room and pressed the big red split button. I've gotten a lot of theories since last night. Well, that doesn't look good at all, dork. Yeah, I think he was the one that seemed like really pissy about the split on the call. Back to back CFO moles. Oh, I see. Isn't that what they all do at tech companies? Jump around every 18 months so you never really produce anything meaningful and bounce before your incompetence comes to light? Yeah. What is wrong with the financial markets? I need to set a stop on these. The optics on firing both your handpicked COO and CFO aren't great. Fair. How likely are we to see a run in after hours today? Who the fuck knows? The chances are greater than zero. I don't know. We've only got one point of confirmation, right? Post split, 2 covered calls a week. Very risk averse. I mean, not a lot. Maybe like $100 a week or something like that. I mean, it's significant, right? It's still income. RC will announce BBY buy-in during after hours tonight. Media will report XRT volume on GME as sympathy run. How likely is that we dip in pre-market 3 days after the split? Assuming it falls on a Wednesday, if there's a holiday the week prior, there isn't a holiday the week prior to the split. What? It's almost always better to buy before the split. Maximum force. Although our price is going to be elevated going into the split, so take that under consideration, right? With all the hands-on talk by RC, I'm wondering if the dance could help out. I think that whoever is involved is really, really needed last night. Yeah, I mean, look how much that active fund pressure just drove our price up. It shouldn't have even been that significant. Like this was just barely moved to positive on the SPY. We full bull yet? No. At least I'm not. A TOA from computer share back to my broker finished, so I can wheel some CCs after the split. Dope, man. CFOs were complaining that they were in charge of 1.3 billion in cash while getting paid 100K, while stock options have been cut in half. I mean, it's a tough job managing 1.3 billion. Yeah. GME hardly behaves like a normal stock. How do they short during after hours? Is it significantly cheaper for them during after hours due to lower volume? It's easier to gap the price down in after hours due to lower volume. The SPY reverse again? Jesus fucking Christ, man. It's gonna break out again. Should get some 390 calls. They're just gonna run hard all the way into SLD. I don't know. The SPY might help us fucking hold this 127 level. 126, 127. If it keeps pushing up, look, I mean, they're not shorting the active fund pressure at all. I don't I don't want to be long or short right now. I think the SPY's already hitting the double top. They returned a lot of shares. Fidelity rate dropped 0.25%. What microphone do you use? It's like a DX7 or some shit. I forget what it's called. Worth dropping $5-6 calls for August in anticipation of people ditching their zero DTEs and then just buy back Monday. I guess. I don't know if the savings is that significant. Oh, thank you, Northern Cowboy. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it looks like SLD begins on the 13th. Same day as the CPI data. Which will be the second Wednesday of the month, which is weird, but I thought OPEC started on 7/18. The expiration is on 7/15. The settlement starts on 7/18. Were you able to confirm that SLD is in fact next week? Yeah, I was. $5.10 puts on mic company Girk uses as he can't remember the brand. It's a Shure. I think today is a bear trap, bull trap. I don't know. I'm not super confident in the SPY. Maybe we test like 91 again. Maybe this is a lower high. Could just be put selling off. It's always a trap. Last night, my partner told me the next time someone asks what I do for work, tell them that I work for Pickle Financial as a billionaire. Thanks for everything, man. You got it, calls on me. I appreciate it, dude. It's always a trap. Yeah. I fucking hate bear markets. I already have spy puts for next week. I mean, if you have them far enough out, you should be fine, right? I've got a weird feeling there's going to be a rug pull. I really don't like this like low volume climb, right? Like volume's dwindling and it's still pushing up. It just feels like shorts repositioning, right? Like they took the pressure off for a couple days. They're going to reposition lower and fucking just push it right back down. Why is Jimmy running right now? I mean, it's just coming up with the market. I don't think there's like almost no volume trading on GME right now. But the SPY's still pushing up, right? If we hit 130 again, yeah. So this can, if we can push through this, like this level right here, where it's yellow, then some of those calls are going to get back in the money. Set stops too loose. I forgot to set stops on like half of my puts. The heck is this? The market's just running like crazy. Safe to say we're in a demand zone. Rejected at 389. Falls back through here. I wonder how much selling this fucking 400 test or 390 test will. Still limit ups. Ask is dropping. Yeah. I don't know. Sellers are staying pretty strong, I guess. Sorry. So is it a fine line next week of when to enter calls for GME as short hedge funds could short Monday, Tuesday, but they could start covering early, i.e. 15th. So latest to get into calls Thursday. I mean, if they recall T+2 to the ex-dividend date, we could start running as early as Wednesday. We don't know if they'll recall or not, right? Surprise membership dividend time. Welcome to the Pickle Financial Annual Shareholders Meeting. Thank you so much, Bithead Pretender to VWAP Pontiff. Very much appreciated, dude. Thank you so much, man. Guys, big shout out to Bithead for gifting basically everyone memberships at this point. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Thank you, Bithead. If you have gifting turned on, I don't know how you haven't gotten one at this point. Are you planning on playing BB Gex on Monday? No, not like specifically. I'm not. I mean, I have like my positions there, but I'm not. I don't think I'm adding to them. I'm definitely not gonna like try to play weeklies on it or something. Likelihood of GME 115. If the SPY keeps pushing up, very slim. Next week's another story, but today, they're not pushing back against the active fund pressure at all. Dork, do you have the updated XRT GME one? I can take a look. Did you just spam the Cornichon song? Terribly timed layers. I don't know how to layer fucking music tracks. Me layering the full Bull song is me just downloading multiple files of it and playing them all together. Already over 7 million volume on Bobby. Yeah, but it's back under 550. It's not penny stock anymore. Fucking Christ, Bithead. Worth buying RCI with the internet issue causing a price dump. I have no idea. Probably not. Looks like it's already recovered. SPY? Second rejection? Will we be able to buy the AMC Goldmine NFT from the GameStop marketplace? BTC to 22K. Yeah, like 22.6. I can see it hitting over the weekend. If the market remains bullish into close. GameStop's fucking outperforming everything right now. Dude, why the fuck is IWM running so hard? Wonder if they're trying to clear XRT. That'd be interesting. Still feel like there's a link there. God, that nags at me. Boring climb feels like yesterday. I mean, it's just active fund pressure, but it's interesting that IWM's running really fucking hard too. XRT not so much. IJH, yeah. UTI. Did Spy just do a reverse head and shoulders into a regular head and shoulders? I mean, that's really common actually on the Spy. I don't know if this is a head and shoulders, but we'll see. It's definitely a double top. I don't know. It feels like a big short reposition. Like low volume, upside move. Pretty stable at 390. What's the danger price for OI on BBBY for Mopex next week? Danger price for OI on BBBY? What the fuck is Mopex? The danger price for BBBY is like $10. If you have fun in the Discord and enjoy the stream, you can stay with us as we discuss the markets and wait to MOASS. This is true. Thank you so much, Bedhead. I've acknowledged the use of DRS a million times, Ed. I'm well aware that it drives illiquidity. It's not a good thing for GameStop necessarily. It's good for the cycles. Mopex is OPEX's mom. In a minute, I'm gonna need a red or green candle. Here we go. Now I can buy back into my 127s cheap. Make back my $30 loss. Probably like $1,000 in unrealized gains. Ouchie down now? We'll see. It's starting to look like it, yeah. At least a move back to VWAP looks likely. See, support here? Hold on. Peak volume. I don't know if this is going to fail or not. Not my CFO. You reckon they can bring us down sub 120 next week or nah? We got to see. The liquidity environment for shorting GameStop should change pretty drastically after XRT gets on threshold. It's also going to depend on a lot on what the market does in the next few days. Fucking support again, huh? Just because why not? Little less bullishness from the SPY this time. Better volume? A little worse. XRT is on threshold, but it doesn't begin the thresholding process until Monday morning. You missed another koala hugger, Ko-Fi. The price did go down. Didn't lose any money. PayPal is king of double or nothing. Hey, sorry about the very small loss, but glad you didn't try to convince us to buy them. May karma smile on you. Thank you so much, Mirror Universe Koala Hugger. Remember when me was cat for the pores and noobs? I used that stock to learn a lot now. And look at me now, losing money in a war market. Good times, good time. Me was cat for pores and noobs. Oh, vaguely, yeah. Sell-off in CMBS is starting. Interesting. Is there a point where illiquidity could become a disadvantage to us? Yeah, if GameStop releases more shares to solve the illiquidity issue. Can't attract new investment capital if there are no shares being traded. I have calls. Anecdotally, in the last 2 weeks, there have been a ton of commercial properties that have popped up for lease or purchase. We've been trying to buy a manufacturing space for over a year. Hmm. I'm at bear market. Autocorrect is lame. Okay. There's only 10 times more liquidity on the market than there should be. Yeah. Guy Hartley, thank you so much. Can't find an option to allow gifting. Going to assume I can't participate in the beta of it for whatever reason. If you have like a brand account listing to one side, you can't participate. You know what's beautiful is Koala Hugger made up my $30 losses on my puts for me, which is really nice of him. Fidelity reversing decision to not allow DRS after Computershare dispelled their FUD. They didn't expect their chat logs to get out. I'm sure they did. Hey Greg, how confident you were in the run after hours today and July OPEC's happening? The run after hours today, I don't have any confidence in. We're just looking to see if it happens or not. But I'm not like playing it or anything. I have some exposure to it incidentally if it does happen, but very little. July OPEX I think still looks good. I'd like to see more puts built up though. 715, 130 stays in the money. How horrible is it to hold until Monday? If it stays in the money into close, it's probably not that bad. It's not like he's gonna fire the CFO again tonight, right? What would be the reason for it to run in after hours today? XRT begins its threshold process on Monday. No problem, meditation. Low volume on the SPY again. Volume drop off for BBBY. BBBY seems fine, right? He's gonna fire 2 CFOs tonight. Low volume again on the SPY. Yeah, the SPY's still really low volume today, but it keeps pushing up. What's your theory on the CFO firing? I don't fucking have one. Maybe he was just a fucking useless sack of shit and they fired him for being a useless sack of shit. Right? That's generally why people get fired. I would say that's the #1 reason people lose their jobs. What sort of price action are you anticipating this week? You think we will see some ouchie down? It's possible. I expect them to try to short next week. They've been having a hard time doing that, right? So even if they want the price down, the question of how successful they'll be is anyone's best guess. GameStop CFO was fired? Yeah, last night. Dump after hours. Would you hold 120p expiring next week? 120p next week? Probably not unless I just bought it. Like if I was out of the money on it or like the price had moved against me, I would have gotten rid of it, right? Well, the increased liquidity after the split provide a way for the Mayo Man to get off Mr. Cohen's wild ride. I don't think the Mayo Man is on Mr. Cohen's fucking wild ride, but no more than he causes the wild ride. It could, yeah. The additional liquidity can definitely help solve short problems. 4 p.m. RC tweets and DFE, 405 DFE replies, 410 XRT threshold action, 415 he files, he doubled down on Bobby. Monday we all buy private jets to go to Pickle Island. That'd be fantastic. Get out of here with your fucking Nahopium. Recupero was fired because he was not the right culture fit and was too hands off. A person familiar with the matter told CNBC. Yeah, I read the memo too, which really didn't say any of those things. Koala Hugger is a beautiful person and deserves the golden shower of our blessings. Beautifully put, Bithead, pretender to VWAP Pontiff. Beautifully put. What did the fish say when he ran into a wall? I don't know. What did he say, Jim Cramer's Coke Mirror? Jimmy CFO is a mole for Kenny. Twin Peaks Townie, I'm a living, breathing contradiction to your point that you get fired because you're a useless sack of shit. I've been working from home for 9 months and have spent more time watching this stream than doing my job. You and so many others, Twin Peaks Townie. I didn't say that if you were a useless sack of shit, you were gonna get fired from your job. I just said that's usually why people get fired. If you're in a big enough company, or at least no one notices you, you can get away with doing that for a really long time. All right, I got a true play. Build-A-Bear, July 15th, 15 Cs, undervalued calls. You know, last time you told me to do this. What the is this Build-A-Bear? Where's their stock? July 15th, 15 Cs. So I gotta buy in the money? I mean, they are undervalued. That's interesting. I wonder why. You know, the last time it was JetBlue merging. Shadow, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Slide into my DMs over on the Discord. I'll get you hooked up. If you know what I mean. I'm smarter because of you. Thank you, good sir. No problem, guy. Herder puts on Build-A-Bear. Oh, buy him. I need to check that in 15 minutes. It's like 900 tests of the 390 resistance. What are the chances they recall shares next week? Less than 10% since they want the extra liquidity post-split. The chances of them recalling shares are very slim. Day 4, after I quit my job on the spot, how does this sound as a scramble? Chorizo, jalapenos, minced garlic, cubed potatoes, truffle, salt, and red pepper. Okay, listen. I don't like putting fucking potatoes inside my eggs. End of story. Oh, it broke. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Why is the IV going up? Why IV going up, price going up, and 950C going down? It would probably mean that IV isn't going up. I don't think IV's moved up a lot today, if it's gone up at all. Like IV on weeklies has gone up, but not that far out on the chain. It's very low volume today. How do I slide into your DMs? Shh. I know that's a big if, but if Shirumi does a share recall, will that be announced publicly, or is that a behind-the-scenes thing we'll have to infer is happening? It's a behind-the-scenes thing that we would have to infer is happening. Hypothetically, if RC found a buyer for Bye Bye Baby, paid off the BBY debt, and then bought out BBY, wouldn't it be a great way to get a ton of assets, logistics, and property on the cheap? Merge GME and BBBY. Yes, we've discussed this in the past. It's not a bad way for him to get some access to, fulfillment centers. But the problem I see with that is that BBBY's fulfillment centers are all kind of localized to the Northeast, and they already have a fulfillment center for GameStop in York. So I don't see the advantage to that. Hypothetically, they can't stop the inevitable. I don't know about that. Come on. If you go up all fucking day, you're gonna fail now? Shares need to be settled by XDiv, or can we buy them day of? Planning on exercising. No. As long as the shares are in your account before the split, you'll get the dividend. It may take some time though if it falls after the XDiv date. Split dividends are fucking weird. There's not a lot of them. Did Bithead really gift 500 for the day already, or is my YouTube just showing too many? I think he gifted 150 of them today. I've always felt like GME should buy out Newegg just to get at their distributor agreements and fulfillment centers network, make it a supporting line of business in their e-com effort. Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. I don't know if they can afford to buy their inventories. Ah, you piece of shit. That's kind of the problem with BBBY too, is they have a shitload of inventory. Is Baba dead? I think I got stopped out. Yeah, I'm stopped out of Baba. I don't know if it's dead, but it's trending down. What happens if there is not enough share dividends to give when the time comes? I don't think that's going to happen. Retail sells off on the CFO firing. Next morning they buy back saying, fuck Recupero. No, this is like all the buying on GameStop today is mostly active fund pressure. Zero DTEs once we broke like this level at 126. I don't know if we're seeing any like farther dated calls come in. Maybe. I know we saw a lot of zero DTs get sold off this morning also. Let's see. Oh, let me pull this back up. Yeah, net delta for the day is still super negative. Lots of sold calls, lots of bot puts. 130 Ps for tonight. So we'll see. They're out of the money now. I wonder if they'll capitulate or if they'll just keep buying more of them. Last one, check Mara. This is just rising up with Bitcoin coming up, right? Yeah. This is just coming up because Bitcoin is. I wonder what MicroStrategy is doing today. This probably would have been good zero GTs. Yep. Very good ones. Good time to open a UVXY hedge. Not a bad one, yeah. Curious is why Bobby has such high volume. Average 7 million, traded 61 million yesterday. There are obvious reasons why. Active fund pressure too. I mean, a lot of the volume you're seeing is just churn from delta hedging, right? Try to capture a weekend gap down on SPY that we know should be doing. Or July 15 put so close. July 15. Jesus Christ. Trying to capture a weekend gap down on SPY that we know should be doing. Are July 15 puts so close, so buying them today will eat a significant theta? I mean, you'll lose some theta, yeah. Not a lot, but some over the weekend. I mean, they're next week's options, so yeah, they're gonna drop by Monday. If the SPY drops, then it's not a big deal, but any indicators later today for a possible run tonight? No. Not until OI updates. Would SPY die? I bought puts on the breakout of 390. This might be it. We'll see. It'll either bounce here and keep pushing up. And it finally got the breakout after all those tests, right? So we broke out and then are now failing. And so if we hold this same trend and bounce, that's pretty bullish. If we don't, like if this starts to break down, it I don't know. I mean, we got the bounce here earlier off of like that one standard deviation on VWAP. Then we held the EMA 30 here. So if we hold the EMA 30 here, I would say that's pretty bullish. If any of you guys are still in Visa, remember that it's bumping right into that low trend. So like this right here, 204.37. Be careful with that resistance. It can turn around really hard from that point. Pullback almost inevitable or too bullish and holding out is the safer play. SRG? Seritage growth? Way too bullish. I would confirm a pullback before I fucking tried to short this. Where the fuck did Bobby go down overnight? Oh, it sold off into the end of the day. It's kind of climbing back up. You know what's interesting is I feel like we're seeing Bobby become more and more like GameStop. Um, every day. I think we're seeing the illiquidity ramping up. As retail buys more and more large amounts of the stock, right? It's so cheap. How are we looking for today? Moving up, but I still don't trust it. The SPY looks good though. What's different about today is like we're just pushing up today with the SPY, right? Like our net delta is negative. The chain doesn't look super bullish at all. What puts are being bought? You know what? Let me ask Jay Fresh. You over 20K yet? I have no idea, man. Is that the goal? I don't even know how to check. No. 19.9. Is it a bad idea to do short iron condors on 0 DTE? Yeah, it's super risky. Also, don't forget that, like, yeah, it's risky. I'm not gonna go into all the risk, but it's really risky to do short iron condors on a zero, like, for 0 GTEs. And then also you're not really selling anything, so your net credit's dog shit. If only a small percentage of Bobby traded gets held, I think it's very possible nearly all shares are held. I mean, then the amount of volume in the market has nothing to do with the number of shares traded. Have you noticed that DDS has been diverging from the basket a bit as of late? They seem to break down more frequently. I've noticed that DDS is becoming more volatile lately. Me and Stefan have been talking about this for like a couple weeks now, but yeah, if you look at DDS, you know, it's kind of like starting to move in larger quantities. So either this is done and it's starting to break down, right? Or like if this snaps back and moves into this higher range, like this could squeeze, right? Like increasing volatility is pretty rare. Like these pattern formations where we start to see price continually diverge at the top and downside. So like right now, if this retests the upper trend, right, that's a move back to like 360. That's huge. Check subchart. It's going parabolic. SPY pushing up. What subchart? Thank you, Danification of the stock market. I mean, DDS isn't overvalued at all. Their earnings are sick, so breakdown makes no sense. I mean, it's, you know, even though GameStop's not reacting to the low part of the cycle, most of the other basket stocks kind of are, right? DDS definitely is, which is the most illiquid stock that's in the basket, I think. All right, your inbox contains my bear thesis on CMPS now. I think you've told it to me before. Yeah, commercial mortgage asset level, delinquency rate. I mean, delinquencies haven't really started to climb, right? If anything, they're pretty normalized. Oh, subscriptions? Yeah, probably. Some questions. Do I have any say in how my brokerage deals with giving me the dividend? Shares versus cash in lieu, etc. Do I have any say in how my brokerage deals with giving me the dividend? You can call them? Yeah. You can call them, and I think if you want to receive it as cash, you can change that with your brokerage. Thanks to everyone who got a new membership. We hope you enjoy it. It's all in fun. I've learned a lot from being here and hope you stick around and get some benefit too. Thank you so much, Bithead. Seriously, dude. Are we going back over 400 again before the CPI data? Maybe. It's a hell of a rally into SLD and CPI. Usually the market starts stagnating pretty early. Did you say? Do you think the SPY is going to close the gap to 399 before SLD? Maybe. It's possible. If it keeps pushing up. I don't like how low the volume is, though. If I'm being completely honest, this like low volume climb is not super bullish for the long term. Does the dividend affect the shares right now to borrow? I sent you the pre-financial crisis to compare. Ah, I see. 2006. Something similar to 08. Hmm. If you have share lending turned on, you'll get cash versus shares. Thoughts? Makes sense. Why would you have share lending turned on? You can't sell covered calls if you lend your shares. I don't trust this at all. I think the bears are just being patient. I agree. Active fund pressure is dying off much harder than the price is dropping. Interesting. Are you buying 950s for after hour? Maybe. Probably not. I have some calls like 180s and 200s already that I'm gonna like try to average down next week for OPEX. I am not being patient. That's fair. SPY pushing up even more. It's just getting weaker and weaker though. See how the volume's like just declining throughout the entire day? Like we have a couple spikes, but overall the volume's just diminishing as we climb higher and higher. Which means that there's fewer and fewer buyers for the SPY at these prices. GameStop's doing the same thing. So say something actually compelling looking. What's like 06? Smaller numbers though. See, that does look compelling. But historically, we'd be 2 years out, dork. Well, almost 2 years out. And there's way more leniency with defaults on commercial real estate than there is with residential real estate. I think companies are super fucked this go around. I agree. I mean, the fucking corporate bonds are gonna tank hard. Not just banks, real estate. Well, I mean, real estate and banks go hand in hand, right? They're on the hook. I'm a Schwab. I want shares, but I worry brokerages run out of dividend shares or something because of DRS versus oversold. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm just waiting for the SPY to give up and then buy puts. This ain't looking good for the long term. Cat's not following. Had a huge volume spike just now. Yeah, I know. The Dow's really not moving up as much today, I don't think. It's doing okay. It's lagging behind the SPY a little bit. Like it's like 5 basis points behind. Nasdaq's doing really well today. Nasdaq's kind of leading the pack. Now GME's not following? The fuck? GME's one of the only stock that's green on the 6-month chart. How the fuck is it green on the 6-month chart? We're trading $130 below our peak in November. Stop looking at like the most bullish time frame. It's like, oh, if we only look at this part, it looks great. But you're ignoring a $100, $150 drop in price. Year over year, it's not looking good at all, right? Have you seen Jimmy over the past hour? All right, so we're just gonna drop now for no reason. I just don't trust any of this choppy shit at this point. I'm gonna let it do its thing. Doing better than most stocks, to be honest. That's relative. It dropped harder than most of them too in January, December, and November. The fact of the matter is nothing's performing well, right? The whole market's down like 40%. Tesla dead? Yeah, Victor. Are you still betting on Tesla going to 1200 or is this a different one? Hmm. Missed Ko-Fi. In regard to expiration dates for OPEX options, how does the split announcement change your strategy? It doesn't. Also, is there a strat on entering the new chain to get cheap options? You can just roll into it, They're not going to be very cheap initially, right? There's probably going to be a lot of volatility. But if there's like stagnation or something and you get an opportunity, you can sell your old call, right? And buy equal amount of leverage in the new ones. Tesla 1200 end of the decade. Yeah, I think so. I'm really glad I sold. I'm still stuck in the 3x Tesla ETF for like 6 months. So still same question. I mean, dude, I don't see a world where Tesla hits 1200 again for quite some time. Or the equivalent after their 3-to-1 split, right? For sure, DL. Is the estimate is 30 billion when last month it was 38 billion. Estimate is 30 billion. Well, what estimate? 2 gray beard hairs, frequent urination, a homicidal hedge fund thoughts. Am I dying at 18 years old? Please advise. You're just starting to live, Grizz. How low do you think GME could drop next week? Fuck, I don't know. I mean, 126, there's support. 120, there's support. We have support all the way down. It'll depend on how hard they short, not how hard can it drop. It can drop really hard if they short it really hard, right? For consumer credit, estimate is 30 billion last month. It was Oh, okay. SLD is probably going to be nasty next week on SPY and GME. Yeah, I mean, SLD, I don't know how much SLD really affects GameStop, but a little bit. Yeah, I agree. Tesla can't fulfill their promises, and now competition is heating up. It'll go down hard in the next decade. What's SLD again? Supplemental liquidity deposits. Why is AMC such a Chad thunderstock? Slept in, so unsure if I asked. What's the incoming liquidity on Monday? Will it be sufficient to short and generate the puts leading into July OPEX? What's with the incoming liquidity on Monday? Will it be sufficient to short and generate the puts leading into July OPEX? Possibly. We'll see. We know that XRT can be used more heavily or used more after its threshold process has begun, based on how hard it was used to short previously on January 7th. So remember, like on January 7th, we saw 4 million negative delta exercised right before market close, right? And this caused the price to run up to like 172 in after hours, which was the market maker buying 4 million shares. And then the market maker then sold those shares, right? Which brought the price back down into the next day. Then we see, big variation on XRT's like illiquidity over time. So like, this is like XRT liquidity going into this period. And then we see, GameStop being used to short more. And then market open, XRT is on threshold, and all of a sudden they're using XRT super, super hard again, right? So this is kind of what we're looking for to repeat. And then obviously GameStop's price goes off a cliff at this point. Do you worry about exercising a lot of contracts on an OPEX run due to the lack of liquidity? People won't have the funds to fulfill the exercise, and they could drop the price that way. Do you worry about exercising a lot of contracts on it? What do you mean? Can you tell me in chat? I'm not sure what you're asking. What do you mean the exercising a lot of contracts on OPEX? Like calls? Puts? They're the ones that have to provide the liquidity. Why would they do that to themselves? What is a bearish formation where there is an upwards consolidation and a reversal? You mean like, sorry, hold on. You mean like an ascending wedge? The volume goes down, right? And then picks back up here. You got it, Silky Smooth Cerebral Dan. If we get a recall, it would most likely come by the end of next week, right? Yeah, towards the end of next week. Elon Musk shoves hard-boiled eggs up his butt so he can poop them out and say, I'm a chicken. That's fucking amazing. All right, we're back in it. Do you think most weekly calls were sold this morning? A lot of them were, yeah. Or do you expect a negative delta hedge to drop later in the afternoon? No, they sold off a lot of weekly calls this morning. Not all of them, but a lot of them. I think he means the spike at close on Friday to catch a bunch of zero DT holders in the money, but without cash to exercise. So their contracts just expire. Hmm. Why wouldn't they just sell their fucking calls, though? Consumer credit card numbers at 3 p.m. today. That'll be kind of interesting, I think. Time to go all in on 2-year Apple puts. Why? Why short Apple? Of all the stocks you could choose to short that are overvalued, why Apple? Why the one stock with probably the most bullish investor base? Tell me how they care about the competition. What? All of their competition is positioning to destroy them. I mean, first to market's great and all, but yeah, I don't see them continuing to, hey, I made all my money back. Thanks, GameStop. I'll put stops on these this time. Did they change how stop losses work? Oh, there we go. Stop limit. Let's see. Set my stop at. How much did I lose? I lost 30, and then 200, and then 50. Okay. $215, $210. I wish I had something for WeBull that just automatically stopped out my fucking contracts. It's so much easier on IBKR. If they know OPEX plus split will fuck their cycle, they will really short us bad before entering calls. Listen, no matter what happens, anytime shorts have to cover and market makers have a bunch of sold naked calls, they're going to try to short into covering, right? Because they want to start covering as low as possible. Man, I got stopped out quick on those. Fuck. I'm okay with it. Fat profits. That's how after hours drops and no volume sustain at market open. Obviously, bearish institutions are still playing at market open, but like, can you speak on how? What do you mean? I'm getting asked a lot of really fucking obscure questions today. So you don't understand how after hours with no volume can sustain at market open? What do you mean? Like the fucking price opens at a lower level. That's how they sustain. Obviously, bearish institutions are still playing the market open, but can you speak on how? Like, how do they drop the price overnight? They sell shares. They sell so overnight. You know, the order book is just super gappy, right? And so it's very easy to move the price down a large amount all at once. Then all they have to do is just sustain that, which takes very little volume. So, you know, they short into this and the price rapidly drops. It doesn't even take a lot of volume to do it. I mean, the price isn't just going to come back to equilibrium at market open every time, right? Why don't they gap us down in after hours more often? I mean, they gap us down in after hours when they need to or they want to. It can also be people selling. You know, firing your CFO after a year is just not fucking bullish. Like, there's no way to swing that as a positive. If after hours is so liquid, why not make more aggressive moves during it? Drop us 50% on 100K shares. Oh, I mean, it wouldn't drop us 50% on 100K shares. And then also, if they drop it too hard, you know, there's going to be pushback. And pushback in after hours is just as risky as trying to push it down, right? Like the upside potential is just as high on just as little volume. Then there's no options liquidity in after hours, right? There's no options being traded. They're not going to be, hedging options, right? So there's no delta to sustain any price movements or prevent upside price movements. So just as much as it is, risky for longs carrying into close, it's risky for them to attempt to short the fuck out of it overnight, because they could just be giving longs cheaper prices. Also, it spikes volatility. So it means the market will open on higher IV than it closed. And if they're short vol, why would they want to increase volatility, right? Breaking news, Matt Kors abandons audience to become a YouTube dance instructor. That's kind of awesome for him. Good on him. I'm glad he's found his passion. GME is a great deal at $50 in after hours. Yeah, I'd fucking buy it if it hit $50 in after hours. You showed Jan 6 after hours and market open Jan 7th. I can't see anything on my trading view. Just turn on extended hours, Dan Flex. I mean, I'll show it, but like, where is it? This is the 24th. We're up here, right? Wait, did I miss one? 1220. Oh, this is the spot. Sorry. Looking at the wrong stock. Hold on. I was like, wow, 400's really good. I don't remember that happening. It's right here. So yeah, we kind of climbed up all day, fell into close, and then rocketed from like one. Wait, this isn't it. No, hold on. This is the wrong date. I hate doing this because the dates don't change rapidly. There we go. So we fell into close 129, rocketed to 172, 176 at the peak. Right, and this was the negative exercise. So the market makers, like market close, the market makers buying the shares, and then the market makers selling them off into the next day. So the net change in price is really insignificant. Like, I mean, we closed the next day up. Oh fuck! Like what? $8 from the previous day, and then by the following day, by the following Monday, we were down at new lows. Yeah, I know. Can you please open the August chain? No. It's already open. Yeah, I don't care about it, peanut butter and pickles. I don't buy into fucking proprietary data sources. Can you explain why GME and AMC don't follow each other anymore? I mean, they should start following more closely again now because they're now in the same index. Also, AMC is far more liquid. I mean, they're not the same stock. AMC's still in the basket, but not all basket stocks have equal exposure, right? Any chance that we saw over the last that's what we saw over the last 2 days? No, I don't think so. Like the covering like this? No. No, I didn't. Same one. I think he was sus because he wasn't bussin', Rob France. I think I'm going to set a limit at 120 and not worry about it until next week. I can't make the price go up or down. It's easier to be patient when I'm not watching neurotically. That's fair. See if we can make another quick $500. Oh. Would you be considering doing a beginner's guide to setting up your chart in the School of Stock series if we buy your covered calls with a cherry on top? This is just the default chart. Like, are you talking about like my WeBull settings? This is literally default. I might have moved like one of the boxes, but I'm not even sure if I did that. How tinfoil is it to theorize that the aggressive price drops we saw through the winter was an attempt to drop GME back into the same ETFs as AMC to realign the cycle for their long hedge on AMC? You know, AMC dropped aggressively through that period too. I don't know if there's any provable hedge on AMC. There's a lot of correlation, but not a lot of causation. Straight sussin while you bussin', straight bussin' while you sussin'. Interesting. That's a different take. Charts on IWM, XRT, GME, BBY, AMC all look the same today. Yeah. IJR, IJH. Sorry I had to step away after I asked earlier, but how did IV plays perform at market open after that spike on the 6th? 950s, 2x, 4x, they went up a lot. IV opened really, really high, but most of it was crushed out by the end of the day. I think AMC makes market makers a lot of money. These idiots keep buying shares while getting dumped on. Infinite money machine. I mean, that's why Citadel went long on it, right? When you open a CC, do you continue to roll the price so that way they can just sell cover calls to people every week? When you open a CC, do you continue to roll lower the more the price drops to make continuous gains? Yes, you can. What's your plan for this weekend? I don't know. I have like a DD that I want to finish. Um mm, I have a bunch of data shit that I want to try to get together and see if we can get some more GME data sourced and compiled. So that'll probably be most of my weekend. So there's a real chance that we run in the next few weeks. I mean, yeah. When Jimmy rips for OPEX, it truly will be goated with the sauce. Not mid. A bussin', not sussin' on God for real sauce get. Thanks, Rob France of France Refrigerantes. Jesus Christ. The tune of that terrible Walk It Like I Talk It song. It's not secret, DD. Grizz, don't start that. What do we need to do for Pi-Fi to run? Wait, what? I just watched 1 minute of Matt Core stream, and I think I just lost 15 months of trading experience. If Jimmy is doing a 4-to-1 split price, we'll be around 30. Tell me why not full port into 100 Ps now? Okay, that's not how a split works. Win food stamps. Don't do that. That's a terrible, terrible idea. It's 1,000% foolproof. Whatever you're drinking is 1,000% foolproof. Win mini horse intros. I don't know. They still come in here to learn about stocks and trading. I stayed because the chat is straight fire. We attract an interesting crowd. They can't be serious. I hope not, but you really never know. I came here for the spoken word workshops at first, but stayed for the bashing on the pores. Fair enough. With that statement, when food stamps told us how food stamps. Chat is a bunch of bust down sauce goods. Wow. I think I understand what that means. That's not very nice. This is the only job I've ever had that made me genuinely laugh daily. It's not a bad one. I wonder what you were like in real life. Fucking awesome. Just like I am here, but more. Chat like a 9-hour comedy joke? It can be. Some days. When everyone's not being a sad bitch, then yeah. Thoughts on Jan 950s looking really cheap right now. Are they though? They're more expensive than they were 2 days ago. Don't get me wrong, I want some, but I don't want them today. Broadcom have announced they're buying VMware at $140 a share. The deal isn't complete, but VMW is at $114. Guaranteed $26 profit per share on close. Or am I missing something? I mean, the deal can fall through. I don't know if it will, but that's a shitload of arbitrage. It's a gamble still, but probably a reliable gamble. Oh, are we playing another M&A failure? Full port, baby. God damn it. Who told Popcorn Trader? I mean, it's Choversky, you're gonna you're gonna see Tesla's demand drop rapidly over the coming years. We're entering a deflationary economy where we will likely see a significant increase in the price of commodities. So not only, is their manufacturing and supply going to dwindle, um, demand for their vehicles is going to drop significantly too. I mean, yeah, I mean, I agree. If the competition steps up, everybody wins. But I mean, to assume that they have no competition, it seems foolish. If weird stuff happens after hours, are we going full bear the next few days? I might. I might go full bear. Deflationary costs same like recession, much worse. Toyota greater than Tesla. They all are. GM, Toyota, Ford, Honda. They all have way more manufacturing capacity. What do you make of the news of firing and timing related? News of the firing and timing related. I don't know if it really has any correlation, honestly. I mean, don't get me wrong, they took advantage of it, right? Because, you could see that in all the horseshit news articles that came out following it, even though the memo mentioned nothing about laying off 20% of executive staff, right? The news articles alternately did. So, I mean, yeah, obviously they take advantage of any opportunity to rapidly short GameStop. And it presented one at a time when they needed it, right? I'm sure they were digging pretty hard. And now we know why he's called food stamps. You're not fucking wrong, Bithead. We all know VW is the future. Well, I mean, I think a lot of the other car manufacturers are waiting for better battery tech. And if better battery tech comes along, then they'll jump in harder into the EV game. But, the way the economy is heading, people are going to be wanting to cut costs, and cutting costs is not spending $700 a month on a fucking car payment. There's not that many rich people. They're called the 1% for a reason, Super Dan. Even the 5% below them don't make up the vast majority of the population. And rich people buy nice cars, not Teslas. Like truly rich people. They don't give a fuck if their cars run on a battery or not. There's an argument made by JFresh and others, like myself, that the split will have no effect or impact on the shorts. Given that they had time and money to plan for it, there could be some kind of rug pull and disappointment. Sure. I agree. There could be. I don't see where they would have covered. But JFresh is getting like overly involved in his own bearishness. I need to have a talk with him. Bearcat. I don't think there will be a share recall. I think the odds of that happening are very slim. No, because like a straddle wouldn't be that beneficial because you have multiple days till the puts print and you'd expect to open at a higher price, right? If that were to be the case, you'd want to enter tonight with calls and then get puts on Monday. Those who don't drive their cars, somebody else does that for them. I'm near the top 5% in Texas, and I'm not buying anything for a year or two while this plays out. Yeah. The more money you have during a recession, the more you want to hoard it. You don't want to go blowing your money on fucking inflated goods. Bernie told me that the top 1/10 of 1% divided by the 10% divided by 10 equals the bottom 90%. Results in a Dan behind a dumpster. I get about Tesla's a luxury brand. I mean, have you ever been in a luxury car that wasn't a Tesla? Because I wouldn't call Tesla's luxury. Statistics show more people will continue to buy iPhones and Teslas versus spend on housing. They just won't pay rent or food. Uh, yeah, I don't agree with that. There seems to be tax benefits to recalling, though. There are. You are correct, DVS. Stock splits and there's no recall. What happens to all those shares loaned out? They would have to cash settle and then get the shares later. Maximum Force 89. Welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. But the way the mechanics of the share recall dividend issue mean that they would have to happen before the dividend date. Yes. Before the effective date. No spending during a recession. Well, I guess I'll return that gold-plated tracksuit. Doesn't a split happening during the OPEC cycles have increased potential for Volga Vana squeeze due to FOMO? Yeah, a little bit, but we don't know the risk metrics for hedging Volga and Vana now because they changed them in February, right? So we don't know how much exposure they have to a squeeze, or even if a squeeze is like a Volga Vana squeeze is even possible anymore. Did I hear you correctly in saying the stock split is going to be a non-event? I said it could be a non-event. I mean, you have to approach it that way. There's no guarantee of a share recall. There can be FOMO. We have OPEX, but that doesn't mean that, they're going to recall shares. Everyone approaching any fucking trade as a guarantee is making a mistake right off the bat. Things are looking good for July. We want to see the borrow rate start to climb next week. We want to see what happens tonight after hours. There's a lot of things that we're still waiting on. We want to see more puts come in on XRT. All of these things can happen next week, but we still want to see them play out. What happens to created shares from ETF? Where do the dividend shares come from? What do you mean? I mean, the dividend shares come from GameStop's like journal, right? They're journal entry, then distributed to the DTC, where they're then distributed out to shareholders. If Tesla doesn't have supply, no one has enough supply. I mean, that's not true because Tesla is manufacturing cars that require large quantities of rare earth minerals, whereas, Toyota is just making cars. We're up against companies who have the capital to boof OPEX. I mean, I think the best assumption is that they can always do anything if it advantages them at any time, because the margin extended to them is greater than the market cap of GameStop by like 500x or more. Because you have to assume that, the prime backing them will give them what they need. I'm going to see the Minions movie tonight. I told my wife I was willing to go to a non-AMC theater. Nice. GME price totally relying on the SPY today. Pretty much. It looks that way, yeah. Unless the short position is exposing the primes more than they like. Yes. And yeah, margins are tighter now. The market's dropped 40%. There's more risk. Which raises confidence, but you still have to you still shouldn't be approaching these OPEXs like they're guarantees yet, right? I would say that there is enough data that we don't have access to say that nothing's guaranteed. The probability of them occurring when all of our data aligns is higher, but just higher, right? Not 100%. Like we're gonna 100% get everything we want on this date at this time. I appreciate you giving the 100% stamp of approval on OPEX. God damn it. I mean, there's a reason in June I was so ready to pull back my calls, right? Because you know, we weren't seeing what we wanted to see for OPEX. And pulling them back at a profit was better than pulling them back at a loss. England full lockdown in the next 2 weeks. July 15th target date? For what? Yeah, I'm not approaching it as a guarantee. I'm approaching it, but I will position like I think it's going to happen. Yeah, which is the best you can do, right? And then when it happens, you make a shitload of money. If it doesn't happen, you just close and reevaluate. When billionaires row with my one share, can you explain how today might be like Jan 6th? Jan 7th was the day that XRT began its thresholding process. So Jan 6th was the last night before XRT was officially being thresholded. The following morning, Monday XRT will officially begin the threshold process unless it was removed from threshold today, which we won't know until later tonight, but we may see an after hours run in a similar vein that we saw on Jan 6th due to that. Adam Aron's plan is to invest into AMC, upgraded their theaters with some state-of-the-art costs, surround sound speakers. Oh, good. Good for them. What's typically happened in the past to price action SLD? Everything drops like a rock. Thresholded? What's Jimmy's next resistance? 126.70. What if my stock gets thresh yodeled? I don't know. If we do see this after our run, how much do you think it'll run to? No idea. And that'll, if we see a large exercise of negative delta again, it'll likely run as much as the negative delta that gets exercised, right? That's what happened on Jan 6th. Big risk on holding in the money puts into next week if the run happens tonight. Yeah, I mean, I would say there definitely is. If a run happens after ours today on GME, what narrative can media sources use to keep the general public misinformed? I mean, they could just start going on about the stock split, right? It seems like built in. Why does XRT threshing cause after hours run on GME? That we're not sure of yet. Let's see if it happens again. And then if it does, we may have some better ideas. Essentially what happens there, though, is like the process that we saw occur was, you know, negative 4 million delta inputs was exercised, right? And that puts the obligation on the market maker to then buy shares to sell, right? So someone wanted to sell 4 million shares of GameStop, essentially, at whatever strike X. We need to get the historical data on that, by the way. And that caused the MM to, you know, have to buy a relatively equivalent number of shares in aftermarket to maintain their hedge, right? And then we saw that occur. We saw them buy in hard in after hours, and then we saw them sell those shares going into the next day as the price dropped. And then the next day we traded an obscene amount of volume, given that we were just moving to the downside, like 13 million. So I would imagine that they use this event to settle
some sort of obligation on GameStop with XRT. Which obligation, I don't know. Jan 7th was the day that it began thresholding. Jan 6th is when the negative delta exercise took place. Any thoughts on JFresh being bearish on July OPEX? Because MM has no obligations right now. Yeah, we'll see how that looks next week. This guy over leveraged on 0DT out of the money puts on the SPY, overheld past risk. This guy just made 4 months rent in a Wendy's hand job. Moral of the story, ditch risk management. No, that's not the moral of the story, but congratulations on that, man. Seriously. Perhaps the obligation was a swap. Perhaps. There should be AP obligations regardless of MM obligations. I agree. The chosen one in the stock market who shares his knowledge but doesn't give financial advice. Well, I need financial advice. 129 put for next week. If you were holding, what would you do? I probably wouldn't carry it over the weekend. I'm carrying very little exposure over the weekend. I think JFresh is being overly bearish because he was super bullish in June. A little bit, maybe. I'd rather he answer that for himself. I think JFresh is being bearish because he has brains. Have you entered SPY puts yet? Some. I have some at 390. Not a lot. Just like 5. I bought them for like a month out. I'll buy more on a breakdown of like 385, probably. If the put wall on BBY expires, is this danger zone for price move down from the $10 since nothing left to suppress the ramp? If they don't just roll it forward, right? How high did intraday IV run on Jan 950s during a hard run? Oh, it can go up a lot. Those contracts can like 3 to 5x depending on how hard and like how much volume we have. Intraday they can. I think he's probably at work right now. 4-to-1 puts on $5 Bobby expiring today. What's happening to SPY? Did the market finally realize that supply chain issues, high inflation, high interest rates, and mediocre job reports are actually bad for the economy? It looks like it. It looks like it's finally happened. I need this to drop to like 123 before close so I can make back all the money I lost by not setting stops earlier today. Well, all the unrealized gains. I'm already profitable. But yeah, just a little slippy slip down a tiny bit lower would be fantastic. SPY 5-minute looks pretty dreadful, right? It's not looking good. I I was trying to tell people that like low volume climb is not, it's not a good look. The true followers don't let something like trivial professional obligations stand in the way of joining the stream. You really don't, Gaff. I think trading a bear market just means that you always expect a breakdown anytime the SPY is bullish. I based all my plays this week on that premise and it worked. It's a good play. I need to hit 90 or 300 in the next 2 hours. Imagine the time I entered the day at 132.67. Awesome, man. Worth holding on to the 200 call out of the money for August. I mean, I'm just gonna hold them. I'll probably average them down next week if we see some lower prices. Unless the stream comprises a portion of your professional obligations. I quit my job just like JPOW asked me and now live entirely off of the VIX. Last bounce for Bitcoin? It might be. We'll see what happens over the weekend. I think this weekend's going to be pretty decisive for like the next 2 to 3 months on Bitcoin. I bought a 126.0 DTE that immediately lost 50%. It's now break even. Oh, you've really got to try to get better fills when you're buying 0 DTs like that. I need a 3080 in the next 10 days. Buy Theta, people. What are your thoughts on holding a call past the dividend split with the intent of exercising the contract? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Like if you have something deep in the money that you intend to exercise anyway, absolutely okay. No offense to J Fresh, but he's a very, very smart guy. But he is not the world's most experienced trader. If you're getting your financial advice from a cat that likes to shitpost in the general chat, he will enjoy your losses. All offense from J Fresh. I don't need to change your mind. Unless we can pull back above the 23K, we will likely continue to see crab dipping into the 17.6 range. I was thinking 16.8, but yeah, I mean, essentially the same assumption on my end. Little different targets, but world's most experienced trader goes to Moonwin. Oh, Jesus Christ. Please, stock gods, don't let my best play of the week be sham. He's also fluffy. He has actual bullhorns and sweet glasses. What do you got? VWAP hat. Pretty fluffy too. And sweet charts, right? Good afternoon, Gurk. Is the next resistance for SPY at 384? No. Downside 386. I really need to update my SPY chart for the stream if we're going to be fucking watching it all the time. Nope. Hold on. Somewhere here. You bitch. Why doesn't this ever work? There we go. So next resistance to the downside, 387.46, 385.39. So we're at resistance right now. Slip this, we can move back down into the mid 385 range. It looks like it's gonna, I think. There might be a little resistance here on the like outer like standard deviation. But probably not a lot. VWAP hat is cool. Oh, I mean, his charts are ugly. And I went for a long time with just my own charts. At least my charts aren't made in MATLAB. You still feel your DD for cat from your pickles picks is still good. Yeah. But it's still a long play. Like, you're assuming the play is dead within a week of trading. And during that week of trading, I'm pretty sure that cat has printed twice on the bull side. So like if you'd bought calls at the lows either of those times, you would have made profits. But the overall thesis still stands. So yeah, I'd say it's pretty good. And then all the other ones also printed. You still reach out to him for his charts though? I think you guys really hurt Moon's feelings last week. He hasn't been here all week. Yeah, I'm aware. He's okay. I made 20% on cat twice. You just have to be patient and buy theta. Yeah. I made 3K off cat this week. I mean, when I got stopped out the first time, I made like 26%. The second buy-in, like 11. I haven't bought back in again yet, but I still have a couple that are carrying over for August. I'll just hold them. If you bought calls at the lows, you would have made profits. And it's true. I identified the lows for people. Patience and theta, two things lacking in this community very frequently. Holy shit, I'm sure glad I dumped my weeklies yesterday. Yeah, today's a fucking shit show. It was not the head and shoulders I said earlier, but look, we did just come back to that midpoint. Bro, Robinhood is illegally stealing $100 from customers all over right now, then fixing it the next day. Okay. I don't care. I don't have a Robinhood account. What entry do you think is reasonable to play 7, 8 after hours now, or try for 122-ish again? Got shook by the morning short velocity. I wouldn't play 7, 8 after hours, frankly. I think if you're playing 7, 8 after hours with 1 point of confirmation, it's awfully fucking risky. I feel like we're gonna buy after hours buys. They would be slamming us through resistance here to lower the price through the afternoon. I feel like if there were going to be big after hours buys, they would be slamming us through the resistance here to lower the price through the afternoon. I don't think they're doing any slamming since this morning. We're just going to probably continue to trade with active fund pressure. If the SPY drops hard, then we'll probably drop through resistance. I can't say that the SPY looks particularly bullish right now. But it is finding some support. Kind of where I said it would, right here on this standard deviation. We'll see if it continues. It could fall through this. This isn't super strong. What about just grab OPEX contracts now? I mean, you could if you want to. It's not the best price to get them out, but... Theta and patience? Thatians? All we need is a little Thatians. Yeah. Alright. Is cost to borrow going up? A little bit yesterday, which was exciting. Can potential after hours IV spike keep IV high through the rest of next week? Or it dropped off really fast in January. I can't wait for the next GME fires warehouse employee article and we drop $20. OPEX contracts before the end of the week. Do whatever you want. Seriously. Don't ask me what contracts to buy and for when. I'm not gonna fucking tell you. That's what I mean. It's an opportunity to short into fund pressure. Like, if you don't understand at this point when to buy contracts and which contracts are good, you should not be playing fucking options at all. You do not have enough experience. You are going to lose money over time. Even if you strike it rich once, you will lose all that money just as fast as you made it. No, I'm not buying shit for the next... Oh, for the GME run, I'm not buying leaps. No. Probably like August. Can you tell me which contracts to buy and checks notes for when? No reason. God damn it, Gaff, you're not helping. Hmm. Stop looking at my trade history. For the split OPEX, I'm thinking about buying 20K of calls. I was thinking of just buying like 40 contracts of August 200C. Bad idea to put it all into one strike. Probably a bad idea to buy it all fucking $80 out of the money. Check char? Oh, CLAR? Hold on. I don't want to fucking go pay attention to other shit when I have contracts that I need to close. Let me make sure that this is gonna fail, and then I'll look at it. Where the fuck did all our volume go? Okay. CLAR, you said? Short? I don't know what I'm looking for here. But I would assume you mean going short on it. It's interesting that it's getting a little more volatile, though. Hmm. I don't know. I like on the daily I like it, but intraday I'm not a big fan. I think this can fail back to like the 19 level before retesting. This looks like the breakout doesn't look great, right? Like it looks like it's failing the breakout at 20 pretty hard. But denied has learned, sort of. But the opportunity cost is so high, Grimtio. Hey, Gerg, I'm planning on spending my life savings on money on options that are super far out of the money, all in one go. I've never bought options before. Smart. Jesus Christ. Look at call side for December. It's empty. That's December 23. Oh, interesting. I don't know. I don't like following big money plays like this. And Ivy's already priced super high. We're gonna get split FOMO. It'll be coming in now, right? So FOMO is already FOMO'd yesterday, and on today's payday until next Thursday, Friday. Yeah. I think we've already seen retail's FOMO, which is not very significant, right? But like, if there's split arbitrage money to be made, institutional interest will pick up next week. Go check your SPY options. I'm still holding them. SPX, not SPY, but it's kind of the same shit, right? I wonder if this is really going to be the top, though. I want to see the SPX hit like 38.70 by close. Thank you guys for reminding me, though. I'm paying attention to them. I don't know how you stream and trade. Sometimes it's fucks me up, but pretty rarely. I've also gotten used to it, right? Do you think the DD on the big run is in Jimmy's old spin-off company? Has any validity or relevance? No, because it's not part of GameStop anymore. I thought someone got margin called and force closed. Maybe, yeah. So what the other dude? What about all at Gamma Max? Had a hard time closing all Junopex calls during the poll. I want to streamline the exit better. Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's hard to close a lot of strikes at once if you're doing it manually. It's hard to close a lot of strikes all at once. On like a rug pull, right? So yeah, there is some risk on the execution side there. Um, so you could trim down the number of strikes you have, but I wouldn't. I don't know if we didn't hit Gamma Max in June, right? We hit like 148.50, I think was our peak that morning before we got rugged. Thanks, Wendy's technician. That's so kind of you. Would you say I even look better? Lucky retail is protected from the volatility of OTC stocks. For long-term ownership in stocks, we look to higher dividend yield stocks as something other than ETFs. Yeah, you can. I mean, that's one way of doing it. But I wouldn't expect to grow your capital a lot in a high yield stock. Have we tried active trader for WeBull? I learned to open and close options fast with it. No. It's one of like the other like theme settings, right? The old Reckon tug. What's your current plan for July OPEX? Wait for more data? Yeah. I plan to be patient, buy plenty of theta, grant myself exposure to whatever happens, and ready to pull it if things aren't going my way. Because people cycle in and out of the stream, right? It's not just the same like 1,200 people watching all day. There's like 16,000 unique viewers a day. So, you know, it's really easy for lots of people to not be members. How is gamma max calculated and what's gamma's definition again? Change in delta with respect to time, price, or some combination. How is gamma max calculated and what's gamma's definition again? What, do you want me to teach you the Greeks? Gamma max is the strike which represents the highest gamma in the chain. I'm not doing a lesson on the Greeks right now, though. That's a big pain in the ass, and I don't want to deal with it. I watch all day. Thanks, Bipolar Bear. I know a lot of you guys do. What is the name of your monitors? And have you finally set up the third one yet? You had in a box. I still have the one in a box. It's right here. I haven't set it up. The monitors I have are AOC. Half of these viewers are just me. I have a lot of alt accounts. That's just me and 15,999 clones in case your abusive power mods get hasty with the timeout. Koala Hugger watches all day. He does. I wonder how he feels now that I've made all my money back. Is your pullout successful rate 78% of the time? Wait, are we talking about stocks? Or is this a, a comedy joke? I can persistently comment most days while losing money. Greg, have you on all day every day. Trading wouldn't be the same without your voice in the background. Thanks. Am I a unique viewer? Yes, you are, Dominic Joseph. Hey everybody, Investopedia. Do you ever think that the decline of GDP is due to the viewers of this channel? No. Are we gonna have as much fun post split? Maybe even more, right? Because then we'll all be able to sell covered calls and like tons of them. I'm gonna do some degenerate shit post split, let me tell you. Just sell 1,000 covered calls a week and YOLO all my money into nonsense. Then move to Cyprus and renounce my citizenship. But that's later. Can 16 share Greg sell covered calls? 25 share Greg can. I use mini accounts in case I get timed out on one. I can rapidly swap. I don't know how it counts them. I don't know if it counts like each account. I think it counts each account. I think there's like 1,200 people that are in here like market open to market close, and then everyone else is just like drifting in and out throughout the day. Join the Zero DTE gang. You heard it here first. After the split, I'm gonna print money out of my shares and see if I can boof as many as Kenny. Interesting volume candle on baby. Okay. Could you take some time to teach us the months and sing the alphabet song? Also, is alphabet a Greek? Oh God. Thank you so much, VWasp. Oh, it's driving me nuts. Okay, so gamma is the rate at which delta changes, right? And as price moves up, you have gamma expansion, which is use the gamma function to calculate. I'm pretty sure if you Google gamma function, you can find it. But it interpolates the factorial function to non-integer values. So then you can plot the expansion of gamma. I don't think the SPY is gonna dip. Alphabet soup is the best Greek dish. I don't think the volume yesterday was tied to XRT today. I think the volume yesterday was just options hedging. Please don't remind me of the lecture where we derived the gamma function. Why? You love it. I thought gamma is what made the Hulk turn green, and this is why we don't talk about it. What's epsilon max on GME? I have no idea. I haven't calculated it. I had more fun calculating Christoffel symbols. Ooh, I have to update the... Hold on. I'm gonna update the daily with the... Oh, should I close those? I don't like that. without cause. Interesting. I don't actually know how to. I don't know how to read that from a legal standpoint. Are they just referring to the remuneration that he's entitled to without cause, or did they fire him without cause? Because it says terminate. I mean, I'm not sure. Atomic. You fired without cause means you didn't do anything wrong. Well, I know that. I'm just saying in that in the thing that you pasted. Yeah, like entitled to severance, I realize, but like I'm not sure if that means he is in fact being fired without cause though. Like you can still receive severance even if they do fire you with cause. If it's like an equitable, well, I guess then it'd be without cause. I don't work in HR. AK goes on to mention no severance, but another payout because it was without cause. So he doesn't receive severance? What about his vestures? Like, what about his vested shares? No severance. Not sure about his shares. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure if his shares are vested or not, Super Dan. Doesn't really seem to say a lot about that. I'm trying to look at the 8K right now. 1 second. He gets no severance. He just the contractually obligated pay for dismissal without cause. It's semantics. They booted him, but he got some money and saved face. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what it looks like. So yeah, he gets a separation clause, but no severance. I don't think that really tells us if they had like actual cause to fire him or not, though. What could be provided with a vesting sheet, which provides the ability to purchase vested shares of the original strike? No additional percent beyond what is legally owed. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll try to go back and look at the. I don't think it fucking matters, right? Like, do we care? It doesn't affect anything. Well, yeah, I know you don't, Gaff. Tasty trades in a mini deck in the 80s flash crash. Oh, that'd be cool to watch. If I recall, he needed to be there 2 years to vest, but I need to go back and look. That's what I thought. I thought the vesting period was two or 3 years. I can't remember though. H-Gen puts printing. Nice. Spy 384 end of day. Maybe. I don't know. I just bought a couple more puts, so on SPX. I don't think GameStop's got any range left in it though, frankly. Unless there's a big sell-off into close. There's just not enough volume and the active funds aren't pushing hard enough now. I kind of like that. No deadwood. Yeah, I agree. Tight ship and all that, right? You gotta expect a small pump in Bobby after close before downward pressure next week. No. Not, well, maybe, but I don't know. Did Bobby pump on Jan 6? I never even looked at that. I don't know if the rest of the basket really had any significant movement. Little bit. Which is kind of interesting. $14 to $15. I mean, much smaller in range than GameStop, right? But not nearly as much volume. But a couple 100,000, which is still a lot for after hours. Curious. Nothing on DDS. Huh. XRT moved quite a bit in after hours. But no volume. Interesting. That's on yearly VWAP as a swing trade level. On Jimmy today, price touch yearly VWAP 11 times so far, and there's still more time left. Yeah, it could be. From like weighted from Jan 1st? Or weighted year over year. Like 365 days or whatever. Weighted from Jan 1st. Yeah, it might not be bad. Thanks, somebody. You sent me a DM on Discord and never replied. What's up? I was just saying hi. I was trying to find your link in the Discord. So I DM'd you and then it brought up our DMs and then I found the link. How you doing, man? Any story on DDS? And what's happening with that? No? I mean, it's still just fucking illiquid and hyper volatile. You closed Jimmy CC's before end of day? I mean, I did. Living the dream every day. Just kicked a 2-month long respiratory infection. Jesus. Trying to get back in the swing of making music again. For sure, man. A month out from EPAM earnings. What are you thinking? I think they beat again. I'm also thinking I might need to close my calls. Maybe I already did close my calls. Hold on. No. Whoops. That got gapped over. I set a wide limit on that too. Fucking seriously? Jesus Christ. It just dodged my fucking limit perfectly. Ah, whatever. Still up a lot, but that kind of does suck. Crime? No, just probably should have set it a little wider, I guess. Netflix gonna tank because password sharing crackdown, or Netflix to the moon because the entire Earth's population watches Stranger Things. I don't, from a business perspective, them cracking down on the password sharing is bullish, right? Like, you as a consumer may not like that, but you as a shareholder very much would. I thought Jan 6 when rumors swirled of BB Boy buying baby buyout. No, that was at the end of March or April when Cerberus published the article about a baby buyout. Jan 6 was when they released that bullshit article about the GameStop NFT marketplace after the price had already started running. When eat out loud, crunchy food, I enjoy hearing you tell the complainers to pound sands. Thank you so much, Wendy's trash can or technician. I had to set a stop for 2.1 and a limit 175. Price dropped to 2.05, but it didn't execute. What could be the reason for this? There wasn't a bid at your. Maybe you were setting it on the mid. So there was no bid at 205. So just because your stop triggers doesn't mean there's someone there to buy your call. What? I don't care about that at all. Your insistence on the whole all or nothing release period is bearish. It's the single biggest damaging point to subscriber retention. Hmm. Awesome, Jimmy. NFT. I honestly think that a lot of that was just them cutting out an entire country of subscribers in one quarter. So Netflix going up probably after earnings. I can't afford leaps, so I'll buy some zero DT calls on earnings day. Later, Dill. When liquidity fairy for option. Oh, I need to eat another ice cream sandwich. 1 second. Put call saved like toilet time? No, I spilled all my ice cream sandwiches on the floor. And I had to pick them up. It's a whole thing. I was trying to get the ones at the bottom of the pile. How do I become a writer for Bazinga? You just take any stock, make up a reason for its price movement for the day, and then write a paragraph about it. Oh my god, it's only 1 o'clock. I'm gonna order some lunch. Kava? Dude, I told you, if Kava delivers to me, it just ends up sucking. Like, it's all fucking wet and steamed from the travel time. I don't think they get $10,000 for an article. Meatball shop? Maybe. I was intrigued by this recent Korean hot dog phenomenon where it's like hot dogs wrapped with various things and like mozzarella. What qualifications needed for JPow's job? Law degree from an Ivy League school. Rich parents. They have a sweet potato hot dog that's wrapped in some sort of chunky sweet potato batter, and then it comes on a stick. And then they cover it in sugar, cinnamon sugar. Well, yeah, I know you did, Gaff. That's what got me thinking about it. I like to do my research. You think they will short GME to close to lower the price and cause call holders to sell? I'm trying to figure out if it's better to close ICCs now or closer to 4 p.m. I don't know. I have like no positions right now. This bounce back doesn't look super strong, but it could still. I would watch this. We're just moving with the market anyway today, so Yeah, I would just watch for this breakout on the SPY. If this fails, we'll probably come back down again. Do you like cream cheese filled jalapenos? Not really. Who's in control now? Oh, longs, actually. That's why our upside's so volatile. You can see some of the discrepancy here. See how like SPY dropped back to open? GME really didn't. I mean, well, we opened like down here, right? I guess we did. For a second there. I think the SPY dropped below though, right? Yeah, the SPY dropped below open. So you're seeing a little bit of that in the price action. So we're going up much more than we're going down. Back to the food. Hmm. Do you guys ever like not trust the things that have coupons on DoorDash? Like if you're so desperate for business that you're giving out coupons on DoorDash, you probably don't have very good food, right? Indian food? I don't want to try to eat that on stream. But if I order now, I'm gonna have to eat on stream. Ooh, gyoza. What happens if we start above? I mean, that means there's more of a hedge, but I think at these prices, there's very little hedging going on. As long as we stay near that, like, 126 range, it's pretty neutral. Get a euro? The places near me aren't very good. Or you're so confident in your food that willing to take a loss or even break even with a coupon because you know you get the repeat customer. Interesting. You have Prime? Of course. I'm a US citizen, Gaff. Grubhub delivery now free because Bezos loves us all. That's fucking awesome. I give away free products all the time for my ecom business because I'm super confident most people will like it enough to come back. What if they just take the free product and run? Do recalls have to be during market hours? No? Legit? I did yesterday. Link your account. I'll have to check that out. customer acquisition cost is unavoidable. I disagree. You could just put yourself on the internet every day, and the degenerates will flock to you. Bibimbap? Not my favorite. What, there's a Cinnabon near me? That sounds phenomenal. Salmon sashimi? Italian sub. It's just not monetary. You don't sleep. I heard you were talking smack about me. Damn fucking straight I was, JFresh. Stop being so bearish. We're shitting on everyone's happiness and you love it too much. The Pores chat finally found out that I'm Dr. Gingerballs. Nice. Oh, that's going to create a lot of drama this weekend. If you order a $400 meal and eat it on stream, I'll give it up. Give what up? Whale taints for MOASS? Hey Greg, I bought a 145 call for August and a put at 115 for end of July. Just wanted to check to see how retarded I am on the scale of 1 to 10. I hope you have a good week, dude. I hope you do too, man. Bruh, what? Make a documentary about what happens to the human body when you only eat ice cream sandwiches. It can't be good, right? I realize the risk of eating nothing but ice cream sandwiches every day, but it's got what plants crave. How many sub donations would it take for you to ASMR mukbang a pineapple pizza on stream with puka beads and spiked hair with frosted tips? Never. I'll never do that. You're not scared of diabetes? No. You know, not everyone gets diabetes. Some people eat like shit and just get colon cancer. Identity theft is not a joke. False economy, same like buying 3 cases of ice cream sandwiches. Maybe. What about people with diabetes? Well, they should probably be worried about it. I didn't paper trade crypto. Or how was I trading crypto? Um, it's Kraken, Coinbase. Uh, those are my favorite ones. Back in the day, it wasn't that long ago. It was like 2 years ago. 2.5. Well, I guess it's 3 now. Like 3 years ago now. You better get a Pontiff song. You have 2 weeks. You can barely use any crypto brokers in New York. I didn't live in New York when I traded crypto, so it wasn't so much of an issue. Are people really going to want to hold SPY over the weekend? Well, we'll find out in a couple hours, won't we? Historically, SLD has caused Tesla's stock price to tank. I'm thinking about selling some CCs. Yeah, that's usually not very good for it. Weeklies, though, I assume, right? Because the rebound's usually pretty quick. When you take off your shirt, when you take your shirt off for OPEX, can you wear a wig and play wild horses like Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs? No. Chat is completely devolved on this sideways action into just a bunch of nonsense. Who's more bearish right now, JFresh or Gaff? I mean, Gaff is more bearish. Always. Since JFresh was banned from Super Stunk, please explain his bear thesis. If BBBG ran 25% every day, that would be dope. I don't even know what BBBG is. I think Jimmy will start trading around $45 end of year. I mean, it'll be trading at 1/4 of the price it would have been trading at. How can you be certain it was XRT that caused Jan 6? I'm not certain at all. I couldn't explain that more. That's why we're waiting to see what will happen tonight. There's no certainties. What's going on tonight? I don't know. No, I'm not Surface Smurf. After hours run confirmed. We have no idea. We'll find out though. I still need to order food. Oh, that's interesting. I don't want to eat that shit. Maybe I'll get Chinese food. Does Tesla IV30 decrease away from at the money to a minimum near 1,000 for August monthlies? Wait, what? IV on Tesla right now at the money is 76%. August 19s are at 67%. Gross, unwatched and liked. All right. I can't make spaghetti on stream. I don't have a camera in my kitchen. Is there a way to calculate what your open positions are worth during after hours? Use an options calculator. What is a fish burrito taco? That doesn't sound right. Shinzo Abe assassin misidentified as Hideo Kojima by politicians and media. Wait, what? How would you estimate what IV is during after hours? I wouldn't. I also wouldn't give a shit. I can afford one Jan 300C. Is there a better way of playing OPEX? Probably. Did you fail to rob the Brinks truck? I thought you were flush. You're a sus shill for not ordering Indian food. I don't want Indian food. Were you mainly trading BTC or other stuff? Pretty much just BTC. Were you making bank? I was doing okay. I do much better on equities. You don't get double taxed. Do you remember your first profitable trade ever? How could I ever forget? Shh. Oh, I'm sorry. God, I love Lisa Sue. What is a tax? Don't worry, Turd. You don't have to pay them. My first profitable trade ever was listening to some Wall Street Bets hype about MVST and YOLOing 10 grand into it. Doubled my money without even realizing it was a pump and dump. Maybe it was because he put his entire country on a fast path to... That's the best way to describe it. Relegated to... No. Careful. Careful with what? Financial ruin? That's a bit strong. Bag holding the country's debt? More like? My first profitable trade was giving someone a nickel for a dime because they thought the size of the coin determined the value. Nice. A young Ken Griffin. Careful describing Hideo Kojima's motives. Do I have to go into the Jimmy Discord and inverse JFresh's bearishness? I might just make a fake indicator that only goes up on the last few candles to make it seem like MOASS tomorrow. Are you gonna call it hopium? Just call it hope, but put periods in between all the letters. And H has to stand for Herschel. You can figure out the rest. Fish tacos with chipotle ranch tartar sauce, mango, pickled onions, lettuce, tomato, and lime. Ew. Jeez, why is there so much shit on your tacos? Lenixis was right. About what? The run on the 5th or 6th? That didn't happen? Poo in the taco means she right. You're not getting any chipotle mayo on my fish taco, Carl. I know you're a Trader Joe's shopper, and I heard you're getting into hot dogs. Not sure how you feel about pickles, but check DMs on the Discord. Pickled pups? Ew. That's fucking disgusting. Did you make that? I really hope they're not selling that to people. Herschel's oscillating power EMA. Is theta per day, or is the contract price throughout the day? It's a constant. You can get a rough measurement per day, but it is a constant. It is constantly decaying. Nope, it's real. That's fucked up. What about pierogies? Maybe I'll get a lobster roll. That sounds kind of good. Get a full lobster. Brown butter. I don't want mayo on my lobster. I'm not in California. You know, I don't know if I've ever eaten a pierogi. It doesn't sound good. It sounds like a dumpling with potato in it. Hmm. Handcrafted arepas. Interesting. Are we still expecting XRT covering and after? We're looking for covering, not expecting. I don't like this expecting narrative that you guys are building. We're going to see what happens. A pierogi is like if you made spaghetti, but instead of pasta sauce, you just put some mashed potatoes on it. That's fucking so gross. So what's the singular? The normal amount of lettuce? Who thinks the covering for it happened yesterday? 94% of our volume yesterday was delta hedging. You mean in after hours? I don't think that was very much volume. Not compared to January, at least. Hmm. Gun to your head, how much spaghetti do you think you could eat? I don't know, like half a pound? I think this goes back to the fact that I don't like potatoes that much. BBBY have Gex covering Monday from Wednesday's activity. I highly doubt it, given that it's basically at the same price that it was yesterday.
Ooh, maybe this place has some good stuff. Sesame tofu noodles. Spicy tomato pork noodles. Szechuan grilled pork. That kind of sounds good. What the fuck is in this? Just noodles? Cantonese barbecue chicken rice. Sounds amazing. Has anybody ever had Cantonese barbecue chicken? You're Irish and you don't like potatoes? Shill? I don't. Why would the Irish like potatoes? I think that's a misnomer. I think they had to eat them. I don't think they like them. If all you had to eat was fucking potatoes, would you like them a lot? Cornub, you're voting no on the barbecue Cantonese chicken rice. On a typical day in 1844, the average adult Irishman ate about 13 pounds of potatoes. At 5 potatoes to the pound, that's 65 potatoes a day. Okay, no one was eating 65 fucking potatoes a day. How's that even possible? I couldn't eat 1 pound of potatoes in a day. Ghost of Dan, where have you been? Upstart IPO'd at $20 18 months ago, ran to 400 over a 10-month period, now just $6 above their IPO price. Yep. I'm aware. Giant potato poos. First time watcher, you're awesome, dude. Have you tried olive oil with pistachio ice cream? Amazing, apparently. Anyway, I might start watching all day, every day. I like it here. That sounds great, Bradistonk. I hope you do. Fun fact, SiriusXM has a Canadian channel. Eat a toast sandwich. Ooh, I could get it with a soy egg. I'm gonna get extra chili oil on it too. What the fuck is Hawthorne tea? I feel like I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna try it. What's a soy egg? It's like a marinated, soft-boiled egg. That's Nathaniel Hawthorne's bones ground up. If you add up both of my accounts, I've been here for 19 months. Here's to losing or maybe making money in the next 2 weeks. Fucking A. Goes to Dan. Appreciate it, man. It's the tea they make in the bathtub in that one guy's garage in Hawthorne, California. Hi, it's my first day here and I likely won't come back. Excellent. Is the entropy swap still in play? The OI is still open, yeah. They also have jasmine tea. I kind of want to try this Hawthorne tea, but I don't know what it's going to taste like. It says fruity and tart. But it's a tea, so it must just have the essence of being fruity and tart, right? I'll drink it if you don't like it. Okay, I'll get it then. I'm ordering it. I'm gonna order it right now. How much should I tip the guy? I'm gonna tip him $10. He's got to go like kind of far. Boom. I gave him a little more than 20%. It's like 10 blocks away, which is for you Midwest people like the length of the road you live on if you live on a normal road. Just touch his tip when he comes to the door. Oh, touch tips when he comes to the door. Interesting. One short spy for SLD. Who said I haven't started already? I don't know what a hawthorn berry is. How much money is that in gas? Fuck, it's like if I had a pair of binoculars, I could probably see the restaurant from my apartment. Yeah. Okay, so the entire island of Manhattan is like 13 miles long. He's traveling less than a quarter of a mile. Joke's on you. The Vance family owns the Cantonese restaurant. I used NLP to get you to order. I'm bringing you a full lobster and 84 cups of Hawthorne tea. Shit. Will GME ever hit 200 again? I don't know. Maybe. SPY just broke above yesterday's close again. Oh, we're gonna do the thing. Broke up above yesterday's close a while ago. Good. I can buy more puts. Did you break out into banana scaling? 2,220 bananas? Cavendish bananas? Or like, what kind of banana are we talking? Has anybody ever had those weird ice cream bananas? Those things are amazing. Good luck, the one god. Oh my god, please hang out with Carl. You need to relax, Han. Have you ever eaten durian? Oh, it smells so bad. It's like char-siu. Oh, okay. That's what I figured. How far out are you dating your SPX? They're SPX puts. They're for August. 690 or 1690. Tastes like custard, smells like sewage. Yeah, I can't get over the smell. Like, it actually didn't taste bad, but I almost threw up smelling it. So, complete this sentence. If you can't eat durian, you can't eat freshly laid shit. With Samsung giving good info and TSMC reporting the next week, AMD likely to get some good push up through the next week in anticipation of earnings later this month. I don't know about that. First of all, AMD generally doesn't do well into its earnings dates. Um, Usually gets shorted pretty hard. Secondly, I do not expect the like quarter two, quarter or quarter three, quarter four earnings on AMD to be very good. Waiting for Vol to puke a little more and going ham on VIX. I'm already pretty ham on VIX. Later, Han. Ham on your Vox sounds like a fancy Dutch sandwich. Mayo Man Debt Collector. When the split happens and the stock price divides by 4, do you think the new stock price will surge violently due to FOMO, options YOLOing, and institutional interest? Or do you expect a lot of downside on Mr. Cohen's wild ride?
It'll be interesting. I would say that we're going to see some FOMO and some options interest immediately after the split. I would not be surprised. Surstroming is the best fish? No. But SPX strike? Oh, 38.95. Quite a lot of them. August 19th. 20 contracts. But I might get an opportunity to buy some more here in a minute. Pretty soon you're gonna have to develop a taste for Asian carp if you live in the US. Why? It's super weird that AMC is talking about a split August 4th, shortly after GME confirmed their dividend split. Seems so sus. Why the fuck would AMC split their stock? There's already so many shares. It's invasive? That doesn't mean I have to eat them, though. Thought stock dividend is different than a stock split. Mostly the same. There are some differences. What are your thoughts on the timing of the split announcement, followed by the firing of the CFO? Not looking for tinfoil theories, just wondering if you think there's a strategy. I don't know, maybe push back against the split. I agree that it's, you know, a risky proposition, right? If OPEX doesn't happen and they end up splitting the stock at fucking $130, it's not like a great look. Him seen as a reverse split. Yeah. Yeah, I'm bullish. I'm just trepidatious, right? What do you think of the SPY run up? Is it sustainable? No, I don't think so. I'm in EU, and the IBKR told me that they don't open margin accounts or allow people under 21 to trade options. Same for futures. What the fuck? Is it the same for you guys in the US, or is it a legal thing? I think here you just have to be 18. I don't know. I'm not sure though. I would assume that you have to be 18. I don't know who that is, but good on her. I hope she sues the fuck out of them. 18-year-old me would make such terrible financial decisions if he knew about options. Or you would have made great financial decisions, dork. I guess that would depend on what year you were 18. Your baby face belies your age. Maybe. It's the softness of it, Grim 2. I would have bought calls on Bear Stearns. Will the split shares carry the holding period of the share it was split from? Yeah, I believe so. I think that they will also be long-term holdings. I'm not positive, but I think so. I am not a tax lawyer or a CPA, but I'm pretty sure that it works that way. I don't know if there's an accounting difference there between like a standard stock that was, cause like a standard dividend's just treated like income, right? But because it's a split, it should be treated the same as any other split. I think if it was a share dividend with no split, like so there's some examples of companies like doing buybacks and then issuing shares as dividends. I think if that's the case, then the new share, because it's not split off, is in fact a short-term holding. But I think in the instance where it is a split, it's considered the same holding period. Does VIX spike during SLD? Usually. My uncle opened me a margin account at Schwab when I was 15. I just bought Apple in a mutual fund. Smart. That's the best investment you've ever made, turd. I'm sorry. I'll stop. It was too easy. Do we know how many obligations were deferred from June? Even if we have low July obligations, why would we would still have June, no? Yeah, there were like 130,000 puts closed, which was higher than what we had in May. This is what I like to see. I like to see this confusion, because next week when the price drops, if it does, that will generate the fear that is my bull signal. And I like to see that. Been going downhill ever since. I'm just fucking with you, man. I don't mean it. How high can the SPY go? What do you mean? Right now? Are you entering puts today? Not on GME. If January repeats itself, what's an ideal play? CCs or puts? Both? You sell the IV at the peak and fucking capture the delta move to the downside? Perfect, right? Use your credit from the cover calls to buy your puts? Is there a reason we should or shouldn't expect BBBY put wall expiring the 15th to be rolled out? Or just a complete game of wait and see? It's wait and see, because we don't know why it's there in the first place, right? Question, Jfish has been talking about no negative delta to unwind means no OPEX. But aren't there ETF obligations that provide upside and longs in control of the chain? Positive hedge up. I think the issue there is the thing that JFresh is tracking is short side exposure and market maker exposure going into OPEX. Um, but I don't know if he's tracking delta exposure on the daily or like the whole chain. I have to talk to him more. I haven't gotten a chance to really speak with him much this week. But I mean, I don't think that is the entire extent of obligations that need to be covered. But they've been mostly unable to short, so it'll be interesting. I do expect the obligations from June to have rolled forward per FINRA. If your theory plays out, when would we expect GME pump thanks to XRT threshold? Tonight, after market close? I'm really holding off on making any other, assessments until I see what happens after market close tonight. So it could be that we don't see VUPs without short exposure, but there will be ups from ETF obligation and positive delta hedge. Yeah, but that could leave us in kind of like a June OPEX scenario, right? If there's not enough negative hedge. Because like, June we still went up, right? We went from like our low, where's the 17th? Our low on the 17th was, we went from 125 and peaked at like 148. So like we still went up that week, right? It just was like fucking mediocre. We got some October and August puts, 135, 124, 120, and 115. I'm gonna let it ride through the weekend. I am, however, a bit nervous about tonight's after hours. Timing a good entry next week may prove difficult, I think. I think so too. I agree. I don't think this one's gonna be easy. I'm not sure I understand all the puts, but I guess you have them out till October, so you'll have plenty of time. Was June SLD the 15th? It was the week before OPEX, so yeah. It began on the 15th. Jan 6 was immediately after market close. So you're going to keep streaming through the beginning of it? Sure. Would a big run in after hours be bullish or bearish for OPEX? I'm still not sure. We ran on Jan 26th, which was the following OPEX. But the threshold dates were further apart, right? And we didn't run a lot. We went up like $20. I mean, which is insane for any other stock, but it's not a lot for GameStop. Are we getting May FTDs next week also? Yeah, we'll start getting the ETF FTDs soon. I think GME could issue a land dividend. Well, they don't own any, so. VIX is finally below 25 again. Down substantially today, even though the market is basically unchanged. Setting up for the next big vol spike when the market turns down next week, in my opinion. It'll be interesting if we can get another sustained period where the VIX is above 30.
Why do you think they will or won't start to cover July OPEX early, late next week? I don't know when they're going to start to cover July OPEX. Usually during the settlement period after the expiration date. If we see significant price movement next week, like a lot of volume, especially towards the end of the week, that would indicate maybe share recalls, smaller share recalls maybe. Can May FTDs counteract the shorting we're going to get from XRT next week, or can they just internalize the FTDs and short us to death? I don't think we hit the May OPEX ETF FTDs by themselves till the following week, but I have to chart it out. Are you expecting a run after hours? I'm gonna see if there is one. There could be one. I don't know if I expect it or not. I'm just looking for one. It's not like a prediction. It's just something I'm looking out for and I'm letting other people know. What I'm looking for. That's on Dave Ramsey. I don't know who the fuck that is. Almost bought VIX puts. My heart was racing once I realized. I mean, the market's moving up, right? So VIX puts wouldn't be terrible. At least you'd be able to get out. You're expecting to be asked about expecting a run after hours? Apparently, constantly, yeah. $130cc safe? Good luck, Carl. Hey, Gurk, what are your thoughts? Is it going to run after hours? Is that bullish or bearish? God damn it. I'm just gonna stop talking to people until 4 p.m. Likes under 1,400? What are we doing, people? That's like way more likes than the stream usually has. What are your thoughts? Is it gonna drop after hours? Is that bearish or duckish? Jesus Christ. You know, Darth, you're being a real pain in the ass this week. Calls on asking if it will run after hours. Oh. Am I going to stream after hours? Not anymore. Don't price anchor the likes, mate. Is after hours going to run during power hour? I don't know what you're talking about. What run in after hours? Huh? Why did you drop a WeBull out on me? What? Could there be a mega short instead of cover after hours? That'd be interesting. Yeah, offered a promotion, but I've been watching the stream for 15 months. What does this mean?
It means that your role at your company is not important enough to be noticed. And congratulations. Or you're very good at multitasking. I don't actually know which one it is. Oh, guys, my food's on the way. This is very exciting. Is the new CFO gonna get fired in after hours? Are you a big fan of Sirius XM's channel, The Iceberg, Canada's biggest rock hits? I can't say I am. If you're not sure why there's going to be a run after hours, then why did you just sell me so many 715, 130 Cs? You asked for them. I'm just trying to make a market, man. What are your thoughts on bears? Puller eats grizzly, panda eats koala. Koala's just syphilitic mad bears trying to give it to every other bear. I just hit the like 10 times. Hopefully that helps. Thanks, man. Are you gonna run in after hours? Away from these questions. Still streaming Saturday to answer options questions for the split. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I don't know what question there is to answer. I don't know why people can't just do division or why I have to answer anything. It's not fucking complicated. It's arguably one of the simplest things to understand about what's going on with GameStop. As a grand purveyor of ducks in the pickle jar, I hereby denounce all attempts to annoy you on purpose. This isn't the kind of behavior that we promote. Never, nope. I've never done that. Yes, you have. Can I be the pickle financial CFO? You can fire me with just cause as needed, but I prefer to get paid and do no work. Are you streaming it Tuesday at 4 a.m. to help calm me down? No. He sold 1,500 shares. But did he buy them back? I thought he had to sell 1,500 shares for the tax thing. What's your shoe size? I don't see what relevance that has to the stock. I've never annoyed you in my life, and quite frankly, I resent the allegation. I was talking to Darth Dan. What? Now you guys are just... Okay. I'm not dealing with this shit. I was fired from GME, and I don't even work there. I just kept showing up at my local GME store and chanted stocks only go up and don't forget to DRS. Nice. And did the employees who don't make enough an hour to buy GameStop shares enjoy the rant? Koala Hugger, this hate on koalas will not stand. Unliked, unsubbed, uncofied, you shilly shill. Thanks for the $3, man. What's your glove size? I don't even know how is glove size defined? Is it the circumference of like the center of your hand? Do you have to measure individual finger length? I wonder if any people have like a long toe and they have to wear like a bigger shoe size than than what would actually fit them, right? Because of their weird long toe. You responded to me. You think Darth is a grand purveyor of ducks? I can't believe this. What, all ducks look the same to you now? I thought we had something special. Listen, you've all become ducks, all right? It's not my fault that everyone's trying to be like you. If we get a reverse split 4-1, will my 4 shares shrink to 1 share? Sure. Christ. My right pinky toe only moves sideways? It doesn't move up and down. What? That last Ko-Fi wasn't from me. Whoever sent that was a fraud, just like you. Okay, whatever. I mean, thanks for the money, Koala Hugger. I appreciate it. Dang it, you're correct. It was a sale, not bullish then. Yeah, it's not really bearish either. It was just like a tax thing. They were withheld on vesting of restricted stock to cover taxes. There we go. Thanks, Sam Jones. I'm not the greatest... Oh, God. Okay, I'm timing out Darth again. Yes, I managed a shoe store for 8 years. Oh, so my hypothetical is real? Is Koala even a real hater? It feels too much like satire. I don't know. I assume so. I mean, I can see their name on Ko-Fi, right? It's the same person. Koala definitely closet Gurk fan. I mean, I live in his head rent free and receive dividends. So winning, right? The 4-1 stock split, does that mean Jimmy's price is going to go from 120 to 480? And the amount of shares in my portfolio goes up by 7. Wait. No. Oh, it's you. Never mind. Why would someone watch you all day just to talk trash? It's just so sad if it's real. Because they have no life. They live in their mom's basement, masturbating with tears and hot Cheeto dust just so they can feel something. That last message was not satire, as only I should be punished for my choices. And my choices this week are to annoy you because 1, to break up monotony, 2, because I love you, 3, the Dans need to live in your head at all times, I haven't even seen a Dan cannon get pulled out in the last, like, 2 months. Brought to you by Rocket Mortgage. No one would ever lie on the internet. Koala huggers actually hate watching and correcting the fact that fake koala hugger is ko-fiing too. I love this stream. It really does get interesting once you're a part of the drama. Does the Cheeto dust cause the tears? Who knows? Can you really see our names on Ko-Fi's? You really know I'm Kenny? I mean, you can see the first letter of each name, right? Because it's a PayPal payment. So you can see the first letter of each word. And then they like star out the rest. So either koala hugger's the same person over and over again, or whoever's donating in koala hugger's behalf is got the same initials. Well, the Dans haven't seen Greg take off his shirt in over 3 months, so there's that. Well, that's on purpose. I've heard all sorts, but tears and Cheeto dust takes the biscuit. Can we play the Cena's song today? In 12 minutes, I'll think about it. Will you be okay with Russell Crowe playing you in the MOASS movie? Yes, I'd prefer him over Jared Leto. Ideally, Matthew Barry. What are the initials? I wouldn't share that. That would be untoward. So you know all of our initials and name length? Yeah. It's not like I spend my time looking. We'd be friends in real life. We don't ever have to talk or hang out. I just want to be able to say I have at least one friend so my mom stops making fun of me. You know what? Sure. Fiscal stupidity. Sinus. Thanks. If you keep doing that, though, Gaff's gonna get paid an extra bonus. Oh god, you know my name is actually Brokerage. Jeremy Piven can play Koala Hugger. The problem with the MOASS movie, you only have the choice of Jonah Hill or Seth Rogen to play you. Which do you choose? I withhold my right, or I withhold their right to use my likeness in the movie, and then sue them if they do. Bought 150.85 yesterday at the peak. Still have a lot of learning to do. You gotta suppress those feelings of bullishness. Or at least give yourself enough theta that you can live with your terrible decision for a long period of time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Oh, for Cenas, it's in 9 minutes. Wait, my food's almost here. Why did it take so long? This guy eating it? The fuck? He's just standing on the corner for like 3 minutes. That's not an efficient use of time at all. I just bought a $70 70 SPY 715 380 puts. Thoughts? I hope they print, man. 715 doesn't give you a lot of fucking time though. And most of SLD occurs into the end of the week. Like into Friday. So yeah. How confident are you in the after hours pump tonight? Literally 50%. Maybe, we don't know. Sean Palachuk. If he delivers an empty bag, he's my new hero. That's called a crosswalk? No crosswalk in New York City takes that long. Oh shit. It just didn't update. Hold on, I'll be back, guys. I gotta run downstairs. Okay. I'm not locked out. Yeah. I brought my key fob with me. Food cold? No, not particularly. A bit weird. Hmm. Wait, Danrod, you missed it. Visceral is a mod. You old throat goat, you. The Hawthorne tea is interesting. It tastes like sugar and like how a bush smells. Like, have you ever just walked up to shrubbery and sniffed it? It tastes like that. Yeah. I'm working my way through the chicken's good. There's this like wasabi onion paste. That's weird. I don't know how I feel about that. It tastes like green onion and wasabi. And then we have what I assume is like ube or whatever that fucking sweet potato is. Eh. Taro? Maybe. It's very purple. You didn't throw it away yet. Taste the cabbage. Hmm. Cabbage is good. I don't think it's taro. It's definitely ube. No Cena song? Oh, I FTD'd it. Hold on. I got a Rex extension. It's gonna be okay.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause it feels so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene is hard.
What's the DNGNGMVN? Delta neutral, gamma max, Vega neutral. Berkshire Hathaway stands to lose $6 billion to Three Arrows Capital from unsecured loans. Interesting. I wonder why Burke would take those on. Or Burke. I thought... Any position for a potential move tonight? Or we're just watching for one? I mean, I have some August calls, but they're more for OPEX than they are for tonight. They're really trying to bore us with this price action today. Yeah, I know. The morning was so interesting. And the rest of the day has just been mediocre. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, XRT's shares outstanding increased today. Or yesterday. So it's possible that some of the after hours shit that we saw was that, but we don't know. But if I were them, I'd do it in after hours, right? All the 0 DTEs are gone. It's nice timing. This isn't bad. Hmm. You know, it's when the flavors really start muddling together that it gets much better. Well, if you remember in Jan, not a lot of people were selling in after hours, right? Like they bought hard and then the price went down all the way into the next day as they sold those shares off. Is the chicken rubbed with 5 spice or something? Maybe. A little bit of that, yeah. Like char siu, like that kind of. Or have you ever had Peking duck? This week, member only stream, 12:30, open for pours. Only if we run tonight. You know what? It's only going to be open for Cornichons. And higher. This isn't bad, Girk. Best compliment he's given any food in the last 15 months. Might be the only compliment I've given any food in the last 15 months. Cornichons, same like pours. Petition to rename them Pornichons. That sounds like something else. Say it out loud. I know it's ube. That's what I kept telling people. And people were like, no, it's taro. And I'm like, no, it's ube. I've had taro. It doesn't taste anything like that. Actually, the second industrial size freezer was because I had to buy both. Like, I couldn't just buy one of them. He wanted to sell them together. So, I figured I might as well also fill it with frozen ice cream novelties. kind of plebeians know the difference between ube and taro? What's up, Daniel Taylor Hamwich? How can I be of service? Not sure if the answer was for me. Sorry, Willie, hold on. Where did it go? There it is. Okay. Would you mind running through one more time the mechanics from whatever happens to XRT today, Monday, to how that can affect GME's price next week? We expect them to restore liquidity in XRT somehow through the beginning of the threshold process. It's 13 trading days. So in January, we saw negative 4 million delta exercised the night before this process completed. This caused the market maker to buy in after hours. Market close. After hours. Pre-market. Market open. An equivalent number of shares of GameStop into the close of after hours, and then this came down through the next morning, and then down throughout the rest of the day. At this point, this juncture, utilization of GameStop short sales, so the borrowing pool skyrockets, right? And this is the first time we see the borrow rate going up till the since last year, right? So there's something very important about what happens in this time frame that forces them back to, you know, the lending pool, but also opens up short liquidity on XRT. So something advantageous happens here in one way and disadvantageous in another. So we see a bunch of XRT liquidity getting used after the process begins. But we also see short utilization on GME go way up. In January, that had a negative or adverse effect on GameStop's price action. Meditation, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. Dude, I was going to open the stream to fucking everyone anyway. Come on. Clip, clip, clip. Okay. Are we saying there may be an after hours run today? We don't know. Maybe. If history repeats itself. What's the best program for doing TA and why is it Microsoft Paint? All right, what's going on? Ooh, cornub. Hawthorn tea is a fragrant tea made from flowers of the hawthorn plant. It has no teriyaki sauce on it. I was also surprised. I thought it would be shitty and covered in teriyaki sauce too. It's very much like Peking duck. But different. It's not the same. Is there a minimum time an insider or board member has to hold stock after purchase? Yeah, probably. You're eating recession Peking duck? The bar rate's much higher now. What will affect their ability to bring price down? Liquidity. Have you debunked the super stonk theory that only shares will be given out to registered shareholders and insiders during the split dividend. I don't need to. It's a stupid theory. But I'm sure if they do that, and did not follow their fiduciary duty to their shareholders who hold stock outside of ComputerShare, that everybody on the losing end of that would be more than happy to sue the ever-loving fuck out of them. It's okay. Shorts closed their position last year, remember? Probably, but we'll see. They think they're the only people that own GameStop shares. Don't validate that stupidity by calling it a theory. Thousands of people with retirement accounts who live in European countries with different financial laws. All fucked. Because some fucking idiots on Reddit misinterpreted a purple circle tweet. Or a toilet bowl tweet. And an ice cream cone. Do you ever get mad crumbs in your keyboard? No. You know how to eat over a dish? I have very moist lips, so it helps trap any crumbling that would occur. I'll be in my bunk. Did you see the Ko-Fi I sent a few minutes ago? Probably not. Am I the only one who thought as kids that adults just have their stuff together? Like, once I became adult, I realized that it's completely normal to buy industrial freezers so you can buy a disgusting amount of ice cream Sammys. None of us have it all together. None of us have it together at all. I don't know. It feels like a very responsible, maybe childish decision on my part. But why do you have to... Wasn't the whole point of becoming an adult to do adult things but still act like a child? This is where you lose your youth. Don't short your youth, guys. The only thing I ever do with my money is things I would have done with my money as a child. Yeah, I can buy an entire birthday cake as an adult and they don't even ask whose birthday it is. They just sell it to you. Exactly. I bought a disgusting amount of Oreos 3 days ago. You're never too old to have a happy childhood. Exactly. Yeah, if you have kids, that ruins everything, because then you have to act like what you think adults are supposed to act like. Do you ever swim in a pool of coins or dollar bills? I've put lots of dollar bills on my bed and rolled around in them. Does that count? Really? Yeah. And then I returned them to the bank in a garbage bag. Have you ever sat in a jar of vinegar and pretended you're a pickle? No. No, I have not. Listen, beer loin, I'm not going to write your fan fiction for you, okay? Because of the split dividend, does that mean I need to DRS my puts and in shares in order to be eligible for the Wu-Tang Leaply Stonk Super Special NFT? Yeah, probably. Guys, if you don't, bad things will happen that people on Super Stonk made up. The dollar bills are worth more after you rolled around on them. No, but I did lose $15 and I never found it again. So the amount I returned was $15 short of the amount I withdrew, but I don't know what happened to the $15. I didn't boof it. It was nowhere in the room. I've since moved out of that place. And when I moved out, I never found it. It was just gone. Like a money gremlin came and took its cut. I guarantee you've taken out $500 in ones and two $100 bills and pretend it was a money phone, because I've done that and it was amazing. So first of all, I live in New York City. If you walk around with even a pretend money phone, you will get stabbed repeatedly. No, it's trading. Arbitrage. I said I didn't boof it. I would tell you guys if I boofed it. Don't think I'm shy. Use Epic Pen so I can understand being stabbed in New York. Should we not announce them and take the high road? Why? What fun is taking the high road? No one's ever had fun taking the high road. Surface Smurf. After long and difficult consideration, I realized that shitting on them was the only thing that got through to people. Taking the high road just gives you better calves. Listen, man, I'm gonna call it like I see it. It sounds like bullshit. I'm gonna call it. It looks, smells, sounds like bullshit. Feels like bullshit. Tastes like bullshit. I'm gonna call it bullshit. I'm not gonna be nice about it. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you know, how cute that they've made up their own financial world to live in. I'm just gonna call it bullshit and move on with my life instead of wasting my fucking time. Right? I'm not gonna taste it before calling it bullshit. Oh, I stepped in a lot of it. Turd Ferguson. 4 out of 5, good enough. Someone just bought my BBBY 6C0 DTEs for a penny. What an idiot. In before BBBY rips to 7 before close. You remember around what time in after hours in January all this started to rip? It was shortly after market close. Did you say whether CNS affects BBBY much? Oh, I don't really think it does. I think generally the fails over there are pretty low. I'm not going to read that, Dan Almighty. Nice try, though. What's everyone's thoughts on running past the dividend? I think we'll run one FTD fail cycle after the dividend. Help me invest $88 in a DGen weekly before close. UVXY 13C July 15th. Why not just get it on Monday? You think the VIX is going to spike that hard over the weekend? I mean, who knows, right? We live in a chaotic world. Kinda. Another prime minister, former prime minister, going to be assassinated. Another war. They could all happen. China liberates Taiwan. Is that the right terminology? Just at my local GameStop, 400 McChickens. Remember the super chat from a few days ago? Discord, RC, and split FUD. Funny that 2 days later they come out with the split dividend. I told you already, it's obvious that Bithead is RC. And that poor guy trying to go long TSMC and AMD is going to get ruined. What happened when I was on mushrooms the last 3 months? Don't worry about it. Nothing, really. Enjoy your weekend. Praise you up. Thanks, Mr. Dan. The stock market sounds so much more ludicrous when McChickens are used instead of dollars. McChickens are more than $1. Like, the exchange rate is not even. They're like $1.29. Is today the day when RC has to declare? Oh, here it is. RC has to declare. Wait, that's not it. Announce he was Rick of Spades. Oh, his BBBY purchase? It depends on when he bought or if he bought. Most of America, McChickens are $1. I don't believe it. When was the last time you ate a McChicken? They don't sell McChickens at Kava. FUD. Get out here with your FUD, chill. Thanks, Trina. You too. Am I wrong, or does the chart for today look very similar to Jan 6th? Maybe. Even the dollar store isn't $1. Later, JC. Last week, punk. I like them with just ketchup. Reminds me of the lunchroom chicken patties of my youth. Oh god, I remember those. Those were fucking terrible. Did they serve you Elio's pizza when you were in school? That shit that just tastes like, it's not even bread, it's just like compressed flour with cheese on top, like barely any cheese, and some highly acidic tomato paste. I went full port on 0 DT and a 150 calls for after hours run. If it doesn't happen, you're a shill. You know those are going to expire at market close, right? Don't you dare slander Elios. You have it in your freezer. See, even bears living like their children. McDoubles are $2.29 now. I haven't been to McDonald's in a long time. a few small cubes of meat-like material on it as well. Oh yeah, the ones at my school just were only ever cheese. Spire at market close? Yeah, okay, Pickle Man. Keep your secrets. If I become a billionaire in after hours, your shill. Good luck. I hope anybody attempting to trade the after hours run tonight loses all of their money. Like I hope they bought calls and we open at $99. That was hurtful. What if those calls are dated for 722? Even better. Did you pin your DD on the theory of the after hour run? No. It's part of a larger theory, which has not yet been written because an after hour run has not yet happened. Why do people not understand confirming things before doing stuff? I just full ported into 3-minute DTEs. Oh, don't bullshit me. You probably can't even buy DTEs right now. 0 DTEs. Who's buying 722 calls at any point in time before 718? I don't know. Dave Lauer posted a solid tweet about the split dividend an hour ago. Oh, cool. Joke's on you, Pickle Man. I have puts and calls. Well, then I hope it just trades flat. You gonna stick around for 30 minutes to see if your play is good? It's not a play. I'm just seeing if something happens. No, probably not. I don't know. We'll see. If it starts ripping like immediately into after hours, it's another story, but was the run up last January? It was this January. Well, yeah, the last January that occurred, I guess. Close the stream, open a new one called titled I Was Right. Yeah, it took a little while to rip on January 6th. You have any inside info on Lauer's terminal? They asked me to test it early on, and I was like too busy to like reply back to them. So I never really got to. I know Gaff checked it out a little bit. Chlamydia infested koala hugger endorses this after hours run. Thanks, koala hugger. Good luck with the chlamydia. Thanks, Matthew Flores. When you're talking about GameStop, there's only one January, and that makes it hard to describe the other one that occurred. What did Baby close at? You mean Bobby? Ding ding. The day is done. Leave it to me to lose $1,000 on puts on a red day. It was looking a little more active in after hours. What's going on here? Ooh. Touchy. Okay. Anyway. So big downs, big ups, and then flat for the rest of the day as we lead into yet another moderately uneventful weekend. We'll see what happens in after hours today. If something happens, I'll fill everyone in on it. This was mostly the shorting persisting from the CFO news last night, and then the market rally as soon as whatever needed to be cleared out was cleared out here. We stayed tracking the SPY, I think, pretty much for the rest of the day. And even the morning price action was moderately in line with the SPY, right? The SPY did go up while we were going down, though. So that initial burst was short selling. But, after like this point, so GameStop went like this instead. And then after this point, we basically just followed the market for the rest of the day. We went up, and then we went, we kind of didn't have any volume here, but almost the same. Keep the stream running. Tip of the morning, flat all day, repeat 10,000 times. Bobby is jogging. Is it? I don't know. No, this doesn't look exciting at all. Yeah, the run started at 4:30, but I don't want to hang out that long. If it happens, I'll come back, right? Maybe. I don't even know if I want to do that. That sounds like a lot of work. As to this, we didn't quite test the upper resistance here yesterday. But it does look like we bounced, from a technical standpoint off that 114 resistance, moved up over the course of 2 days, and then came down into today. This, for all intents and purposes, looked like an upside rejection at a lower high, right? This would indicate that we are moving back down into next week. Remember that we still have really, really strong support at 126.70 and really strong support at 120. Longs are in control of the chain again, even though that control only briefly slipped for about 1 day. We'll see how that goes going into next week. Obviously, you know, the neutrals will change on Monday. But we'll see where they are. Either way, I do expect XRT to get some more liquidity next week, and I'm expecting the borrow rate to start moving. I think that will be a good indication on if we're heading for an OPEX or a NOPEX. We expect shirt off and a DD. Just leave the stream on, come back at 4:30, and then sign off. I guess I could do that. Is it 4:30? It'd be like 4:15, right? Or maybe they wait till all the options chains are closed. Can you say ooh and that's compelling? If I found something that was. Ooh. See you in the hot tub. Yeah. Members stream, or well, the weekend stream at this point, will be Saturday or Sunday at 12:30 p.m. as it usually is. No holidays or anything this week, so no confusion. And then for those of you that don't show up for that, I'll see you Monday morning. Have a good night, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
straight.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon. Yeah, fuck all those people who left, right? Like, I wasn't gonna wait for this. We knew you're there. Sometimes you gotta just make sure it's the OGs who hang out and watch the credits. You sneaky sneak. I know. I didn't even start a new stream, so they won't get a notification. I feel strangely validated. What's up, Patrick? We're watching After Hours Candles. This is gonna be super fucking interesting. It's gonna run, isn't it? I fucking knew it. I have no idea. I really don't know if it's gonna run or not. Could have been a totally separate obligation for something completely different. Now, if it happens twice, that's another story. I feel like I just unlocked a new badge or reward. This is a post-credit scene. I think you have to introduce a new character that explains nothing. How does it feel to be waiting for Godot? What? You just want someone to witness your ego inflate if it turns out to be correct. You're not wrong. I know you must have gone over this at some point, but what's the significance of a run tonight? It means that likely that they are flipping XRT between two separate audit systems in order to generate liquidity on it. One audit system allowing them to short, the other audit system, giving them a little more flexibility when they overextend their hand on the former. We're up 10 cents. You're already right. No. It doesn't really matter for anything. Like, it doesn't change OPEX or anything like that. But it would matter a lot for us kind of figuring out more in depth what's going on, especially with XRT. The other thing that could happen tonight is XRT gets removed from the threshold list. It's a story about waiting for something that never shows up. It's, yeah. Oh, interesting. That could happen tonight. I'm very prepared to spend the next 12 minutes of my life doing exactly that. It's Waiting for Godot, Samuel Beckett masterpiece. Oh, I've never seen it. That's weird. I've seen most movies, lots of movies. Even if we run an after hour, short hedge funds will still drop us next week, right? Probably, yeah. Even if we don't, they'll probably try to do that as well. Excuse? My newsfeed is open. I'll let you know. Alright, cool. Waiting for a reg show. Was that by Gensler? If a run does occur, would you expect it to be followed by downs? Yeah. What are you window lickers looking at? After hours candles? Instructions unclear, looking at pictures of Galkit. Nice. This is the bussin' when others be sus part of the stream. Now we're bussin'. You know I'll watch this thing till 8 o'clock. Did you see that? I think a trade went through. It'd be more epic if it started now at 420, right? Yeah, weeklies are gone. 1 second chart? I don't know if that updates in after hours. Oh, it does. Hot damn. It's gotta be slower or something, right? I think, you know why I think we see it at 4:30? Just bear with me here. It's because you don't see after hours price data is 15 minutes delayed, and after hour options close at 4:15. Which would mean you see the price action at 4:30. Makes sense to me. I mean, I even broke out the thick epic pen to explain it, so. Has there been a waiting for Gherkman stream card in the theme of waiting for Guffman? Not that I'm aware of. How was the party you went to the other week? You had to take a ferry, right? Yeah, a private ferry. Not like the public one with the people, but it was mediocre, and the catering wasn't very impressive. Gurk, when are you gonna settle down with a nice Persian girl? Never. Same guy that owes you his grandma's house? No, his boss. How do you like working for BlackRock? You know, the employee healthcare package is just not what you think it would be. Yeah, no problem. Pure mayhem. Oh my god, your name is Pure Mayhem. That's amazing. Guys, we found the mayhem. We had a whole conversation about mayhems yesterday. And now you're part of it. How concerned do you think they are that the meme stock community figures out their inner workings and timings? Like, will they only do the same thing twice and then come up with new ideas? They've done it like 8 times now, so no. Yeah. Mayhem in July, exactly. Unimpressive given that he has money, or just straight unimpressive? Like worse than catering from Cheesecake Factory. They had like these like wild mushroom puffs that just tasted like mud. I would have rather had a Southwest egg roll. They've done it 8 times now, but it's slightly different each time. Yeah. But just slightly, right? How do you puff a mushroom? I imagine you just dry it out and light it on fire. JFresh is pooping in all of our shoes while we watch this. Yeah. How did they slow the price down so hard after hours yesterday? They just sold shares in after hours? But oh, I see, yeah. I think we just got 69 volume. Still 4 more minutes. Thanks, Big Dilly Style. I just see a half-week-old turkey filly. The rest is in God's hands now. What the fuck is a turkey filly? Siva was fired because RC found out he had twins with Elon Musk. Cheesesteak? But turkey? Cold cut turkey in lieu of ribeye. That sounds disgusting. I mean, I wouldn't have eaten it if it was fresh. Check DMs. I sent an image for it. Look at that. You know, nothing like getting your recipes from a grocery store, Darth. Really highlights the connoisseur in you. Didn't that after hours rip result in weeks of downs? Yeah, it did. We're ripping so hard it's a dip. 2 more minutes. Why would you buy August 19 when you expect OPEX? Well, they have plenty of theta on them. Well, as much as I need, right? Both of the calls that I've bought so far are pretty out of the money, so not very sensitive to delta. And the strikes are decently liquid, so the spread's not so bad. Where do you get your recipes from? Homeless people on the subway? Chefs? Usually? Or I make them myself. All of the recipes that I've highlighted on this channel are my own creation. Kirkson Ramsey. Does this start at exactly 4:30, or do we have to give it a little bit? I don't know. We're about to find out, though. It's now 4:30. XRT doesn't even trade in after hours. Hold up. Someone just bought 13 shares. Oh, fuck, lift off. It was me. We did it, guys. Prophecy is true. All right, fuck this. I'll see you guys all on Saturday. Have a good night. He keeps baiting me back in with these, like, stop buying shares, you assholes. All right. Breaking news, Citadel liquidated. It'll be about half an hour, 31 minutes past. Well, I guess I'm done. Right? That's some volume. Okay, where the fuck did that order fill? Someone just bought 27,000 shares. Hmm. You got me. I did it. All right, guys. I'll see you later. Maybe we rip in pre-market. Last time wasn't on a Friday, right? It was on a Thursday. Twitch tonight? Maybe. It was a Thursday? That's what I thought. Maybe. I've gotta go do some shit, but if I'm back later, I'll hop on. Is anyone still subscribed to your Twitch? I have no idea. Why don't you just walk away and leave the stream on? Do you hate free money? That would be uncool. I did hang out for a minute. I hung out for 30 minutes. 34. Watching dark pool orders today, there's 42 million notional. Yesterday, 120. Normally it hits 6 million or so. Yeah, I know, like, internal, like, utilization was up, but... Wait for after hours Cenis? That's way later. That starts at, like, 8 o'clock, I think. I'm not feeling edged right now. I'm feeling bored. Okay. Later, guys. Leave it up? Nah. I'll see you later.